group. They were sitting here. So they are also mobilizing themselves. AI is a very interesting thing. Blockchain. In my previous job at the Ministry of Finance, looking at GRA systems, I thought blockchain would be a fantastic thing, because if we know what enters the port, our customs, our ports here, we can follow the process through the wholesaling, the retailing, and really understand the inventory. So when someone comes and says, oh, I only brought in 2 boxes of wine or 2 barrels of wine, effectively we have the record at the port that you brought maybe 10. So you cannot swindle GRA and therefore the nation out of tax cities, which is what we all need to develop the country. Again, I just want us to, if it is not there, these forums have not been set up, you have the opportunity to set one up. Mobilize colleagues. It's an idea. You know, you bring your mind, they bring their mind, and you know, we move in one direction. So that was just my contribution to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And following up on what DG said, you see that a lot of the fintechs, they came out of the ISPs. And you recall the struggle over voice over IP. Today we look at it like an ancient thing. But in those days, it was big. You know. But you see that they then look at new opportunities. And then in trying to come out with that, based on the experience that they had with the voice over IP thing, they wanted to see how to make sure that within the regulatory space, they also had clarity. So you see that that is what brought them together and kept them as an active lobbying, what to qualify as an industry forum activity. Now you see that because of the convergent nature of technology, you see that that same industry forum can discover that there are other areas where their payment related product can go back and then create another product where payment also would end up right, you know, that, right. So
I'm just citing an example. Ghana.gov is an example of what he's talking about. 3 elsewhere competing companies, Haptel, which used to be SMSGH for those who remember them, ExpressPay, and then IT Consortium. They came together to set up a platform that government can use to mobilize funds. Okay, because at any time the finance minister didn't know what monies were lying in the system, because some were not sweeping into the consolidated account on time, some were doing overnight lending with it with their banks. I mean, the problems are huge, but they came together, and I'm sure the revenues they get from Ghana.gov probably surpasses what they get in their individual businesses, because it's a transaction. Government threw them a challenge. I was part of the project, so I can speak on authority on it. Government did not give them 1 cedi. All the 3 companies came together with their own money. They built a system, and now they are sharing on the upside because it's transaction-based. You can do it. I can do it. Anybody can do it. And that is the power of what we are talking about. And in fact, I just wanted to add another thing, because I had just arrived in Ghana when these ISP things were happening. They were making a lot of money. I sat on the board of one of such company, and the telcos realized that these guys were making money. Ringtone, caller ringtone, this, that. You know, this credit thing that if you don't have money on your phone, they'll give you, the telco will lend you some credit and later you pay. All these things were ingenuities of these ISPs. But when the telecom provider realized they were making a lot of money, they took it in-house. And actually, that is what collapsed the ISP business. Those days, they didn't come together as a force in the payment system now, you know, because you were riding on the telecom company's infrastructure. You had nothing. You were just providing service, value-added service. So again, we must think of all these things. You know, if we leave it in the hands of these people, you know, before you know it, I mean, I'm very concerned about mobile money. The day MTN is not happy and MTN takes mobile money away, we are stuck. Meanwhile, we have a Ghana card with a chip. Are we thinking about that? Are we thinking of utilizing that Ghana card to be able to do these kind of things? Because we say we can do passports with that. We can also do financial services with that. We all remember eSwitch? Why don't we reinvent eSwitch through this particular platform? So these things that we are talking about, they are not trivial like that too. It's not a joking matter. It's a matter that we must all bring our minds to. I took this job because I care about technology. I care about technology and where technology is leading us. So we must all bring our minds to it and move it forward. We are wasting so much money in duplication of efforts because everybody wants to do their own thing. Today, we can all go to Dell as a government and say, Dell, we want to give you 100 cedis for a decent laptop of our specification. In volumes, Dell would understand, and they'll probably do that for us. No, but this ministry A will go and do their own, ministry B will go and do their own. And I mean, it's a problem that we must deal with. So that's just my contribution to that. Thank you.
Sorry. My name. Okay, my name is George Ofori. I'm the head of IT at SIGA. And I want to touch on what Richard just said. Earlier on, I was going to ask you if there is a forum group for the public sector. I'm not sure what forum groups you have, but I was going to ask you if there was one for the public sector or for government workers or for, the government sector. The reason why I'm saying that is, all this is nice, and I want to commend Richard and Nita for the fantastic work they are doing. I mean, I take you back, maybe 5 years, 6, 7 years back, and I mean, I won't touch Nita. Today, I'm very, very happy to work with Nita, consume their services and all of that. So they've done a fantastic job. But there's still a lot of work to be done to get us where we want to go, because all of this that we are doing, digitalization and all of that, if we don't clean up the government sector, we're going to fall short at some point, because everybody consumes services from government sector in order to move forward. And so we need to clean up the government sector and make sure that it's efficient. And for them to become efficient, there needs to be a number of policies in place, a number of deliverables in place. Richard was talking about duplication. I mean, if you go to every ministry, everybody is setting up their stuff. I'm one of them. I mean, ministries and agencies, I'm one of them. And, we are currently in a discussion with Nita on that. I think it's about time we begin to look at how we consolidate. And I'm not talking about data only, but ecosystem. Why would we have everybody doing their own thing? We know that everybody needs an ERP, so why is everybody implementing their own ERP? Why don't we have one big ERP, licenses consolidated so that everybody becomes a tenant on that ERP? Why would we? Because everybody needs an ERP to be able to function properly as an organization. But Gridco will have their own, VRA will have their own, Ghana Gas will have their own, Cocoa will have their own, whereas we can all have one sitting on Nita and consuming it and subscribing as a tenant. I mean, just like a cloud service. So some of these discussions need to be had. That's why I'm asking if we have a forum group for that. And if we do, then we need to have the right people in place as well to be able to contribute to get this done.
George, thank you. There is a forum group for IT professionals within the public sector. In fact, it's gone far. So the program scheme and everything sits with the head of civil service. We are trying to bring it to the ministry because just as controller put its arms around accountants all over the country, we feel that if the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization puts their arms around IT professionals, it will be good. Yesterday, I cited a similar thing in Rwanda, and it works very well. So I can tell you I've been involved in several meetings with the minister and the head of civil service, Mr. Dramina, to try and push this thing forward. I also believe that the pay structure for IT professionals should be looked at, okay? If we bring ourselves together and we mobilize, just as the accountants have done, just as internal auditors have done, because internal auditors now get, I believe they get some kind of allowance for them and all that. IT professionals in these public spaces are not paid well. And it's important. So they will do whatever they need to do. They are human beings, and I'm mindful of that fact. You know, when I supervise the IT operations of a ministry, they are happy to get stuff from Vodafone and yank out cables from Nita stuff and say Nita stuff doesn't work. Because at the end of the month or the end of the year, they'll get a handset. It's sad to say, a common handset is what will sway an IT professional from, I'm not generalizing it, but I'm just saying, these are some of the perks. Nita won't, you don't even pay our bills, so we don't have money to come and buy you any handset. So you won't come. But Vodafone or MTN or something will bring you a handset at the end of the year. And that alone is good enough. So, I mean, let us mobilize. Again, I keep saying, if we want to achieve what we need to achieve, we need to come together and represent. Because if you are sitting at the ministry and you have an interest that your parent organization or your mother association should succeed, you do the right thing. I also believe that keeping IT professionals in one ministry is not good. There's someone who has stayed in one ministry for years, and all they know is that ministry system. All right? We need to move them around just like the accountants are moved around so that they learn different things. All these things we have put on the table. Right? Because, as you know, IT is so dynamic, and you cannot be sitting there and just know one system, and some of them will not take the initiative to also learn. So we need to help them move around and learn different things and move along. We've been training currently as I speak. Smart Africa with the ministry is training IT professionals. What's it called? DigiSmart is currently ongoing. So we are not speaking and just speaking for speaking's sake. Things are happening. We are training IT professionals within government from different levels, senior, mid-level, low-level. Okay, and we're going to do a lot of that. The minister touched on Oracle relationship yesterday. Oracle is bringing a whole slew of their training materials as part of this arrangement. Last year, Nita, we ran several programs for government officials for Microsoft certification programs. All you have to do is join, learn, and go and pay to take the test. So, again, our professional development is up to us. It's not always the employer who will do that for you. The employer will do their bit, but you must also do your bit to move on. So that's what I wanted to.
Let me add that the earlier speaker, I would say, anchored the discussions we had yesterday. In fact, when we looked at the government sector, our esteemed participants from the Justice Ministry, it will come in course of that. our esteemed participant from the Justice Ministry raised the issue about Nita being clothed to carry out audit of the systems of all the MDAs so that a maturity level can be monitored where some are below, we can come out. What I want to suggest that we fast track this issue raised and the contributions we made is that far back in 2012, I served as Chief Director for the Ministry of Communication. We provided a scheme of service for the ITIM class in the government service because it was seen that, the government service was relying on consultants who will come, they will just work after 2 years, they are gone. They won't train anybody, so another consultant comes. And I think it's still running through. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's get that document. In fact, we took it up to PSC level. Mrs. Katriku, who was then the chairman, was so impressed. And then it was forwarded to the single spine, salary commission. That is where, like you said, it got stopped. Because at that time, the single spine was on. They were looking at doctors who were putting pressure. And so the coordinator said, let's put this one aside. So you have a reference document with the current trend of machine learning, of data analytics and whatnot. That document has to be updated because the universities actually, Professor Jonu led this process. The universities took the document and they are churning out the students, but there's no opportunity for them even to come into the public service. And so we had the opportunity to bridge this gap. And as it were, so that as we are speaking, what we are trying to emphasize is that Nita was not clothed. So you could see that the regulations have taken cognizance of all these aspects which will require to clothe Nita to perform. And don't forget, it's also to enable Nita to become an income generating organization so that they will not subsist on the government consolidated fund. We created them, we didn't clothe them, so they couldn't act. A very important point here, point 11. Yesterday's some of the participants talked about data storage. We see here that yes, it's allowed, but that Nita would have to monitor the process. One will ask, what is the income generating aspect that Nita will do in facilitating this? And that is very important. And again, what is the role that, or the middle point in the data storage outside? Is it government data, or is it private sector data, or that we're talking about here? I think that place needs, especially because yesterday, a lot of people were very critical about that. But I think our officer has made a very good point, which we took note yesterday, based on the submissions made by the Justice Service participants. So we thank you very much. So you can check on that.
Let me add to what my co-consultant has said, and then I also add to what you have said. Now, these are all areas of topical discussion. So nothing in here is cast in stone. But then these are areas of concern. And the industry, thank you. See, I'm a good learner. The industry forum activity would help bring clarity and certainty. Was also captured in the World Bank diagnostics about that they did about Ghana, where they mentioned a lot of duplication in consultancy services. And you will see that as part of the Nita LI, the issues of procurement along the technology, along the government ecosystem, are things which must necessarily involve engaging with Nita, all government sector entities. Now, what happens then is that within the government sector ecosystem, there is a legal framework which would ensure that things which create potential for duplication are brought under control. Then you would also observe within that same conversation that the Procurement Act has its own driving primary legislation. And we cannot use Nita's subsidiary legislation to amend things which empowers which have been given to the PPA. So you see that in interinstitutional conversations and interinstitutional discussions are the things which we will have to rely on in order to immediately begin to bring certain processes into action. Because if you say we are going to go through the process of first amending the Procurement Act before we would go into certain aspects, we are going to have challenges. So you see that now the PPA having discussions with Nita and then participating in forum group activities is going to provide a certain area of conversation which also helps in resolving some of these challenges. The DG has given an example of Ghana.gov. You will see that that example also tells us one thing, that the government of Ghana will be able to finance, to get projects done without going through the traditional way of borrowing, by using innovators who are also ready to respond. And you will discover that those innovation solutions where you share a little, you get a little, right? That because of the numbers, you will end up making more revenue than getting a one-touch consultancy and then executing it and getting a one-touch payment. So you will see that, and that kind of continuous revenue coming in is also something, revenue which also enables you put something aside to develop a research budget. You can't deal with technology if you don't want to touch research. Even on your mobile phone, you see some of the apps at a point they'll tell you it can't work unless you update it. So the app provider himself is researching. And it gets to the point where he says, you, based on my research, you shouldn't be using this thing at all if you're not ready to no. So we need to have that kind of understanding and contributions.
Yes, my name is Musa Obaka. I think Doctor requested that you talk about the kind of data. Since yesterday, we've been talking about, is it public sector data or private sector data? And if you can also touch on, because since yesterday, we've been talking about institutional cooperation. What are the the institutions that we might require cooperation from, so that we know if there are other inputs, people can make inputs and suggestions as to the kind of institutions that need cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're talking about the data storage bit. Okay. So I'll be very honest with you that the group of DGs or agency heads that work within the ministry. We work very closely together. So case in point, I cited Ghana.gov. Ghana.gov, when they were developing their application, the Ghana government cloud was not ready. It was going through a tender process. So we allowed them to host on AWS. How did we do this? We got data protection involved. Data protection had to certify them that government data can be hosted outside. So there's a process, right? If you want to host government data outside, you've got to get data protection involved. So they came to us as Nita. We involved data protection, and data protection has a process that they go through. There are studies that are conducted by some of the big consulting firms. They look through all their documentation, and it's one of the inputs that they use and other inputs. Is that data that is going to be stored outside? Is it injurious to us? And so there are many factors that they go through, and they make a determination. And when they make that determination, they certify you to it. So Ghana.gov has been certified. So if you have, and now I'll say that if you want to host a government system, come to Nita first, because there's a government cloud that has been established and is working well. Everything, we are not AWS as yet. We are not at that level yet. But slowly, slowly, you have to start somewhere. Slowly, slowly, you get there. We host a lot of government systems now. And in fact, we are pushing to say that if you host anything, even if you have your own data center, a backup must come to the Nita data center as well, so that we can protect. It's not a ministry, it's not a mind mining, it's not a siloed thinking, right? It's about the country, what we need to do. So that is that. In terms of assessments and stuff, we have started doing that. Currently, we are doing it for several of the government agencies. And we go through and we look at policy documents, what they have, what they don't have, and we make recommendations and give them an opportunity to fix it. Because the following year, we'll go back to review and make sure. We started that process. And then there was another one that I wanted to address. And I think that PPA. Again, I don't know whether it's my personality, but I work with every government agency. I have worked very closely with Frank Mante at PPA. Government came up with a directive that all government institutions should utilize the framework agreement that we have with Microsoft. When it happened, as usual, some government institutions want to challenge that. So a letter, I went to have a meeting with PPA, show them the directive. A letter went to them. A letter also went to the Central Tender Review Board, that is domiciled at Ministry of Finance. Now, if you're a ministry, try to get Microsoft license of any sort without going through the process that is in place. You'll be turned down. That is what we need to do. The same will be done for Oracle. Because in fact, the reason why we even did this agreement was a lot of government institutions were pirating licenses. It's an offense to pirate a license. Most of them were using licenses that they had not paid for. Let us be fair. Some company has also established paid people and come up with an intellectual property. And you are using it and you don't want to pay for it. Right? So we work closely with everybody. And I can tell you of maybe GRA was one that wanted to circumvent the process. They got to PPA, and PPA is like, go to Nita. Gridco was one. Those who have money that they think they are their own boys, men, and they can do what they want, when they go, they are told, come back to Nita. The same will be done. As we go through this process, we are putting those things in place. Now, government has also come up with a directive that every government institution should buy internet from Nita. You go and do something else. You go, I mean, government has put the thing in place. So if you don't want to follow it, you go and do something else. You'll be told to come back. So that is, the cooperation there, it's there, and it's strong. Because I go everywhere, standard boards. You know, we want to understand even the type of fiber that is coming into the country that people are using. They are bringing substandard fiber here. You lay the fiber, in less than 2-3 years, you've got to dig them out and redo them. Is that what we want to do? There are proper standards for fiber. So that we are even looking at that. So, I mean, Nita, we don't talk much, but we are doing a lot. We are doing a lot. So these are some of the things that we are trying to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Samuel Ejekum here from the NCA Ghana. All right. So thank you very much, DG. And I've listened closely to hosts of comments that have come on the floor. My first comment, focus groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm sure when we live here and you ask anybody, do you remember focus group number 7? Can you give us what was said about focus group number 7? Or focus group number 8, I'm sure we would have forgotten. We would appreciate it better if you can rescope or, have a way of aligning various focus groups, yeah. If possibly on the policy pillars, that would be a good start. They are quite a number. 15 is quite a number to appreciate and all that. And if we don't take care, we'll end up working in silos. In the first place, we don't know what the deliverables are. What is key? What KPIs can we, hold focus group 1 to? What KPIs can we hold focus group 6 to? What are their deliverables? What are their timelines? It's a bit, shady. Should we have gotten some background to this? I think we would have appreciated it more. So just to, crave the indulgence of Nita, together with the consultant, can we have this reclassified? If we have it into groups of 4, a 4-quadrant, focus group structure, that would really help for us to be able to see how we can also align ourselves accordingly. So I crave your indulgence, Mr. Raymond, with Mr. Dakwa to rescope this thing into a 4-quadrant structure so that we get all of us, along. And also to...
Just to hold on,
all
that's
right.
why I call for the definition of focus groups. I think you need to, you see, in the policy document or in the regulatory document, the definition we have been given, the focus group aspect that you are seeing here is not specific focus group that we are saying, let's say, Internet Service Providers focus group, but it's a thematic aspect in affecting the role of focus groups together. So, in the explanation, he even mentioned about the need for us, for instance, to start thinking about the machine learning focus group now, data analytics focus groups. Because if you go to the NCA Act made provision for focus groups to be formed. If you go to GIFEC board, you will notice that...
I beg your pardon to interrupt. I meant forum groups rather.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think that, yeah. So forum groups is what I meant. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Forum groups. If you go to Nita, for GIFEC, for instance, the act, their mandate requires that forum group sits on Nita board. Who are sitting there now? It's the service providers, the telcos, because forum groups have not been developed. That's why I said that forum groups, since the formation of the ICT for AD, have not been developed very well. Yesterday, a young guy here said that, how do we even come together to identify ourselves as a forum group? And it's been left hanging. So here we are trying to draw attention of potential forum groups to see that they can be supported under the regulations that is being developed to act in a manner that can promote their interest, especially when we're talking about the DDEVs, the newly thought through enterprises. Roman, I think you can highlight more on this one. But he has a point.
Yeah, you have a point, and I appreciate it. Take these as things which are just stimulating your imagination as far as the principle of forum groups are concerned. These things have arisen because when we're developing the policy, you discover that through the questionnaires, you had different aspects of these things coming up as areas of concern. Now, what you are looking at is within the government ecosystem, you can look at it and say, look, in the IT group, this is what we look at as a pressing thing. Let's develop that kind of forum group. Then in the private sector ecosystem, you see that you all have different areas of business, and therefore you have different challenges. Now, the concept of a forum group is really about aggregating ideas for advocacy. And so what happens is this. Like I said, it's not good to do technology-specific legislation in dealing with the various areas under which we can also do advocacy. I don't think that it is advisable for us to virtually create some forum groups for you to fit yourself into. I think we will not. Innovation is elastic. So one thing, my approach with technology is that the mind is always open. Nothing, because what we know today, tomorrow, maybe somebody may come out with a new kind of, and emerging technology is one area which is growing so fast, right? And it's breaking a lot of boundaries. I mean, the issue of AI, for example, whether we should use law, whether we should use ethics, whether we should use code of conduct, these are things which go through, and the AI will catch across everything because it's now going to professionals, right? I think there was a time when, with this X-ray, okay, they have this software, okay, which is able to, because it's able to pull data from so many places, is virtually able to give you a lot of radiology analysis, which sometimes the specialists themselves may miss. And then the question came, and this is a question which is being discussed in some jurisdiction. Should it then leave these things because the radiologists can miss it, so that it's machine which develops all these things? And then the issue of the conversation on how to regulate these things. So look at forum groups as a totally elastic thing, just as imagination cannot be capped. But it also relates directly to a need. And whatever that need is, once you can find groups or a constituency which associates with it, it gives you the right to then set that forum group. And then maybe Nita may not see it, but when you do the advocacy to understand it and say, this is it, And you see that, so this is basically what I'm saying. But you are right. Don't commit it into memory. Just look at it. Don't look at it as a concept, okay? And then when you leave, just remember it as a concept, which requires advocacy, which requires you getting together a group of people and then getting things done in order to impact on the deepening of the goals of the policy in here. I think.
Yeah, so I think that my question is, essentially answered to a large extent. So, we on the NCA side see this as welcoming for us to take another look at this. Possibly, if we could also propose, a restructuring of a sort, well, we will do that and then share with Nita. Yeah. But beyond that, Professor Dakwa and Mr. Raymond, I believe that there are a number of commonalities in the ETA and in the EC as well. So then it comes down to ground zero as to how NCA and Nita can sit together in a round table and judge at where the commonalities are, and also where potential conflicting roles may be. We did that in the case of Bank of Ghana in 2017 when we went for the Payment System and Services Bill review. We had 3 stakeholder workshops over a 1-month period in Akuse at the time. And it went on, back and forth, a few jaw-jawing, whether, this digital financial services thing is an NCA thing or it's a BOG thing. Whilst we are fixated on the technology part, they could, focus on the financing part. So then, was it necessary for us to come together and put together an MOU where, NCA will come in when the tech part, there are issues on the tech part or on the infrastructure bit. And then on the services bit, BOG can come in. So I think it's early days yet. I give Nita thumbs up for this LI that is in the pipeline. But I believe Nita would have to sit with NCA and then look at the ETA in details, look at the EC in details, look at where the commonalities are, where potential conflicting roles may be, because I know there's one space that we are both regulating, so that we see how best we can, cover each other's back. Where do I stop from where you take off? Or where are you stopping for me to take off? It also is one area we need to look at. We need to define our boundaries quite clearly to prevent this whole turf war thing. Because I sense that, there is a possibility that there might be 1 or 2 issues later on. But should we curb it now or should we nip it in the bud now? It all goes down to help us and for the industry to, be the, to be the gainer of all these things that we are doing. So I really would implore the Nita DG, to confer with our DG to take critical look at both, regulations or both acts where we can be able to draw the commonalities, where we can see the areas where, a few disparities may be. How do we come together to address them? That will set us, on the right path. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Seydou Aminu from the Office of the Attorney General, Legislative Drafting Division. In line with what my brother has just spoken about, and also with respect to what my sister from cybersecurity spoke about yesterday, we just want to draw your attention to take note of the existing legislation, Cybersecurity Act, for example, and their act, to ensure that there are no possible conflicts with their functions. Because these are existing legislations, especially so because they are primary. A subsidiary legislation should not come with functions or matters that will seem to conflict with existing legislation, so that at the end of it all, we don't get to know who is to do what. So we're just drawing your attention that you take a very critical look at the existing legislation and avoid all possible conflicts in the LI we are working on. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, this is a very important contribution. The 2 things. First, your subsidiary legislation must flow exclusively from your primary legislation. Now, when you have primary legislation, which also has the same thing running through different agencies, you will see that now the subsidiary legislation, because you cannot use Nita subsidiary legislation to do cybersecurity or NCA work. Cybersecurity cannot use cybersecurity legislative instrument, subsidiary legislation, to do what Nita would have to do. Now, you see that the contents of primary legislation must be understood within the functions that institution was set up. In fact, as part of our two companies are working on the Ghana Digital Economic Policy, which is close to launch. Now, as part of the process, this issue came up. Why don't we collapse some of the some of these statutes which have duplicating, right? Now, but you see that the answer is not as simple as that, because they also have specific objects that you just can't say cybersecurity, we collapse it because what we want to do is have critical infrastructure, So you realize that there's a need for us also, when we are drawing primary legislation, to also be mindful of the content we put in there. Because if you don't want that potential gray area to come up in the subsidiary legislation, the first thing we should do is that we shouldn't put it in the primary legislation. So that what then happens is that at the level of primary legislation, you see that this institution is the institution which we want it to deal with XYZ. So what then happens is that we don't duplicate that function in another statutory body's primary legislation. Otherwise, what will happen will be that statutory body's subsidiary legislation will not provide a legal structure for dealing with certain things which have been put in the primary legislation for it to do. So you see that part of the process will be after the digital policy has been launched, a legal gap analysis will have to be done. And when that legal gap analysis is done, some of these areas of potential conflict, discussions would have to be had to see which amendments should be made to whose and what, and then its impact, so that what will happen will be that based on the digital policy which comes, and the legal framework which is developed to sit on it and amended to sit on it, will have certain outcomes. Because remember, all our primary legislation are derived from a history where we had paper-based institutions and technology hadn't come in the way it is today. So we will also have, as part of this, to do a legal gap analysis once we look at what it is, and also do some cleaning in our legislations that we have passed, and then take certain positions in our future approach to some of these things. So, I don't have a simple answer.
Yes. Before the legal gap analysis is done, from now going forward, we can be guided by some legal principles. And the principle of law is that a later legislation is deemed to have, if there's a direct impact, is deemed to have repealed an earlier legislation. For example, if you take Nita Act, it's older than Cybersecurity Act. Nita Act is also general. Cybersecurity is specific to cybersecurity. So that if the Nita Act was passed, and after that the Cybersecurity Act is passed, it will be deemed that whatever was general in Nita Act, which now falls under cybersecurity, will be deemed to have been repealed by the Cybersecurity Act consequentially or indirectly. So then, if you are developing your LI, you will have to be mindful of what is in cybersecurity so that your LI does not cover it. Because now that matter is in cybersecurity, it will be captured in their LI. So if you do and you cover it, and they also cover theirs, you will end up quarreling. This one will say, I have to do it. This one will say, I have to do it, where there's a benefit. Where there's an obligation or liability, this one will say, I am not to do it. This one will say, I am not also to do it, and it will be hanging. So going forward, even before we come to do that analysis, we should be guided by that principle. Look at the legislation. Which one should operate? Where you should cede, you cede. Where you should continue, you continue. Thank you.
I think before he comes, before you conclude on that, I think you have made a point which has been considered all along. Nita Act puts Nita as monitoring and evaluation of all our ICT system. So let's take security. Are we saying that Nita should not position itself to secure our networks? Because we have passed, let's say, the security authority. Yeah.
So that if in the Cybersecurity Act,
Yes.
it's made for Cybersecurity Authority to do that securing, then you should not do it.
It will not be there. That right. Good. So these collaborations will. That's why we talk about the interinstitutional collaboration. Very, very, very key. Because if there's a hack right now, I mean, the first point of call will be on a departmental network will be Nita. The report will be made to Nita. Nita will collaborate with the cybersecurity for them to go to the higher level. And I think we have other incident response teams which have also been set along the line. So the collaboration is there. And as Ray said, ICT is running at a faster stage. And we need to make sure that we get ourselves ready to tackle all these interinstitutional relationship, which is very key. And I think the point you have made is key. And so you can just summarize on that.
One of the things, and I'm happy we're having this conversation because the moment we talk about implied, right, we all go to the same school. We have the same teacher. He gives us the same content. We write the same exam, and we get different marks. So you see that when it comes to issues of implied, you see, one of the things I also encourage us, because we all having this conversation to improve that situation, because because as part of legislative drafting, you see that you can also deal with repealed laws which have been repealed as a result of some. So if we see that there are, as part of the legislative drafting, there is a certain existing act and a subsequent one in relation to another thing intends to repeal that section, it is also helpful if when we are passing that, we also pass the amendment which repeals what is intended so that we don't have that conversation. When we come to Nita, you will discover one thing. You see, Nita also has a presence on the cybersecurity. Now, you will discover that in monitoring, Nita is also required to ensure that the cybersecurity standards are complied with. So if you look at the forms which will go with these registration and audits, because that ecosystem that Nita is monitoring is an ecosystem also which must respond to the requirements which cybersecurity agency puts in. Now, you see that Nita itself, because of the nature of the CSA, Nita itself is a subject under cybersecurity for cybersecurity regulations as an authority. So Nita itself sits under CSA, and CSA has a right to conduct audits on Nita. Now, you see that because of Nita's, the primary legislation which relates to Nita, you see that with technology, security will be at every level. Bank of Ghana would be required to also ensure that certain security infrastructure is there and monitor it among the ecosystem of those under its regulation. You will see that within the government ecosystem, Nita, given the responsibility it has for managing the entire government ecosystem as far as technology is concerned, right? You see that there are certain levels of security also which would be required. The cybersecurity being responsible for nationwide, right, security level. We'll have one which also extends beyond Nita, goes into all different private sector entities, and also which, for national security, we put them at a certain level because all of us are subject to. But then what will happen will also be that you see that the cybersecurity also engagement with national security would also enable cybersecurity to also make higher standards over and above what also Nita may be prescribing. Because Nita's ecosystem and security audits and all those will be limited to the kind of things which Nita is supposed to do. Nita is not supposed to perform the functions of the cybersecurity authority. So there is a need for us to have engagements and discussions at every level. And there's a need also when we are doing these things to also sit with the drafting team for the sector and the legal, because now the legal and the technology is all about collaboration. So that then, where there are duplications to a certain limit, the nature of wording, brings that clarity. So that we as much as possible, we reduce the area of head hitting, because it doesn't help all of us.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I'm Ingrid from the Cybersecurity Authority. Just to, not to belabor the point, but just as our reps from NCA and the Legislative Drafting Division have mentioned, the CSA is open and is looking forward to these collaborative arrangements on these matters. Thank you.
In fact, I think the private sector, you must be more excited than me standing here, because the institutions that are key to your innovation are all eager. They are saying the things that should make you happy. Any more questions?
Okay, so I'm Daniel Asari. The conversation is getting interesting, and I'm looking at the future of Nita and CSA. So now we have one entity who is responsible for setting up infrastructure. Security cuts across the whole line of the setup, including your transmissions and the systems you're procuring and everything. Is Nita going to be waiting on CSA for directives on what should be the security implementations of the whole thing? If there is a breach, the custodian of the setup, Nita, who understands what they have set up and their entire architecture, are they going to be taking directives from CSA as to how a particular incident should be resolved, or Nita can have the lead role because they set up the system and they understand the security of the system? So it's quite interesting. I'm looking forward to the future of that. But back to the forum groups, I think that it will really be helpful. But I want to ask, so who leads the conversation or the setup of a forum group? For instance, if you take the, let's say, item 15, forum groups on bandwidth and use maximization, is it ISPs who are supposed to set up their own forum group? And who is going to regulate that? If there are existing ones, where are they? Has Nita made any effort to identify the existing ones? If they are not, then I would, even though I'm asking a question, would like to suggest that Nita should start this process and lead it. So we know the various forum groups that you have identified. There could be some form of an engagement like this to invite members to join. And then it could also even link academia most of these forum guys are in schools. That is where we start from. And these guys don't even have the opportunity, don't know where to start from. So if there isn't, maybe Nita could start it and then help us identify the existing ones. Let industry players know where they are, which groups already exist, how efficient and how functional they are, and how people can also join in. And then Nita should also provide us with clear leadership on who starts these forums so that forum groups don't end up becoming pressure groups against Nita. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the, and you see, one of the things that this stakeholder is looking at is also the role of civil society organizations. Because you see that usually with things with bandwidth, access, connectivity, you see that the civil society organizations, they have they feel the impact the most because of the communities they serve, the marginalized communities, the cut-out communities. So you see that some of these CSOs can also, and what you are saying is right, Nita also must also help in that. Under the Act, there is Nita sets up, has forum group activities, and it registers forum groups, okay? So what happens is that they'll provide some guidelines, like you were saying, for forum group activities. But within the ecosystem, anything that hurts you, that you want dealt with, see how you can galvanize advocacy, right? Having the focus of the digital policy document, the pillars and the attainment of the goal, right? And then using the vehicles within the LI structure to try and get those matters resolved. When you register with Nita, and that's part of the things which Nita is trying to do, the groups which are registered with Nita, what happens is that you also get the opportunities to network amongst yourselves. Look at LinkedIn. We all look at the kind of things which LinkedIn also brings to bear. Now, Nita also, through the process of registration, certification, and that class of people who come in there, you have a place where you can also network, and you see out of these registered groups, because you all know that you all meet the Nita standards. So you have a certain work ethic, a certain work culture. You can then get into joint ventures and do bidding for different, so the opportunities are numerous. So at the end of the day, the two-way, Nita has a role to play in also bringing information on this, and then you also in the areas which you also have a peculiar need, and you have a community which has that too. You set it up. For those ones, register them also as under the Companies Act, okay, as a company limited by guarantee. And then you have a legal structure which you can then communicate and then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kujo. I think I have a few things to put in place. It's 12:30. We're supposed to have lunch now, but lunch has been delayed to 1:30. And we've had all the discussion on ETA and EC forum. Next on this, or under this, we are supposed to have open data and DEVs. So maybe we can proceed to that, and while we try and get the lunch flight details. Thank you.
Okay, so now, open data and DEVs, that is to say, it's not only DEVs who use open data, but innovation also plays a certain role. Because after open data, once it's there, anybody can use it for developing different things. For example, when you do the various businesses and private sector in businesses can use that in making analysis about the markets, the analysis about the big business opportunities, and then develop new products to meet. These are things which open data also helps. Because remember, when we talk about technology and the transformational impact, it is the opportunities which initiatives like this within a structured ecosystem provides for revenue generation and increase in economic activities. That also goes into improve our GDPs. It also goes to enhance wealth. It also goes, as businesses grow, they can pay the employees better, and ultimately it goes to create a win-win environment for all of us. But you see, innovation has a certain ability to make what we do simpler. And let me give us an example. Before MS-DOS came, I believe we all know what MS-DOS and PC-DOS was, when IBM wanted a disk operating system as the DOS, okay? And they gave out the open, this thing, people, whether you're a lecturer, whether you're not a lecturer, you can bid. And Microsoft, we know the history of what he had and where he stopped and what he did in the garage and how he set up Microsoft. So they were looking at a product that worked, and his disk operating system was the one we did choose. Then they said, we'll buy it. He said, no, I'll give you the license to use it. So if IBM is using it, it's PC-DOS. What I keep for myself is MS-DOS, right? So now, with that MS-DOS, Microsoft's concept was this. Everybody doesn't need to go and get a programmer, because not everybody can afford to have a programmer. But the solutions which computing brings is everybody's right, even if he doesn't have any idea of programming. So he sets up his word processing, he sets up his Excel, he sets up his database, whichever one you need, use it. He sets up his accounting Microsoft Money, and he designs it in such a way that you, the user, can customize what you need in order to get what. Now, that single act created so many opportunities for businesses to use their product in a certain way which has transformed all of us and given us opportunities. That is the place of innovation, and that is what innovation does. So within the context of the open data, we are looking at innovators also being able to develop products which all of us may use or can use, and it will also bring about a certain change and a certain opportunity. So that is really what this open data and the focus group is all about. It's about people who are looking at what can we do, how do we create a certain ecosystem which promotes its use and which enables us to maximize its use for our collective gain. So you will see these are also floating ideas. They are not cast in stone. Regulatory and public and civil service institutions, policy implementation of the open data ecosystem. So it simply means that within the public sector, government sector, we also, within, as interested participants within the government ecosystem, see how we can have that conversation going, and then the the legal framework which is required for Nita to chart the course of the open data ecosystem through that forum activity, also influence and improve it. So all these are different aspects of open data which can also improve that ecosystem. We have interoperability designed APIs for open data, depending on who would be generating, because you see that statistical services will be also feeding into the open data ecosystem, because the Ghana Statistical Service, the mandate and the areas that they deal with are areas which cover so many things. You see earlier in the LIs and in the, you have these issues of data classification, and one of the data classifications relate to open data, right? Now you see that the way data is generated from the beginning, if it's an open data classified, open data required content infilling, the way you generate that data should make it labeled automatically one which goes into that category. Other than that, we'll create a mountain, and then now we are going to now begin to look and see which one will go here so that we copy and paste it here. It's not going to be efficient. So you see that these are the various different groups. They are not cast in stone, but through our conversation on open data and the kind of things that we may look at as forum group activity, we'll all begin to see what opportunities are. Nita picks up on some of these things, and then also as part of the forum activity, because under the ETA, Nita is required to conduct certain forum group activities and hold them at least once a year, you know. So, but what happens is that when you have forum groups, in the same way that in companies you have an AGM, but yet shareholders can convene emergency general meetings, you can also have forum groups have a certain triggering mechanism so that where certain things are urgent to be discussed, they can come up as forum group related activities. So the floor is open. You are guiding us and leading us.
Yeah, good morning. Oh, it's already afternoon. Good afternoon. Please, I want to ask, what is the strategy that Nita is using to guide open data? One, what form are they putting that data for it to be accessible? How are people going to get it? Who qualifies to get some form of data? Because just recently, someone contacted me that he wanted to do something with election data. And what is on the EC website is a picture of election results. How is he going to use that form of data? It means you have to take that picture, recreate it, put it in a form you want. How is Nita trying to regulate how open data is stored, how it is placed, where it is placed for people to access? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the first thing you would observe is that this, and I've been saying that the policy is going to be launched soon. The policy document is clear about what will be the scope of open data and the approach to open data. Now, the Nita LI is going to monitor and implement and create that structure for the policy implementation of open data. Now, you will notice that the primary act when we always come to this issue of the Primary Act, because you see that there are some areas, and this is part of, you see that in the stakeholder conversations, we talk about participants pointing to other areas which would also require improvements in the legal ecosystem. Because Nita Act and Nita LI will not provide the legal infrastructure for everything. Open data may be the subject matter of specific primary legislation. In the same way as artificial intelligence may also be that. But then between that process of policy and the decision to see whether that policy through directives and initiatives and through data classification, some of these things will be answered, is one which you will see that once the policy is launched, once the LI is launched, after the LI is launched, within the public and civil service and the government ecosystem, you see the issues of data classification and how it will translate into how data is generated and developed would all be things which will have to be dealt with. The issue of every public servant using only .gov.gh will be also resolved, because as it is, you have some, despite what the law says, there are public government ecosystem users who are using Gmail. Yeah, when they go on retirement, that data is lost. So you see all these things will be streamlined. Then designs will be taken. Maybe if you don't have a certain access control level, if you're on a government system, which even has internet connectivity, and you type Gmail and all that, it won't go. All these things are things which, when Nita has that driving seat and there's interinstitutional cooperation, it will be dealing with to ensure that, because all these things are part of policy monitoring and implementation. Because if the policy says everything should be done using the Ghana domain name, then no public servant must be doing government-related transaction on. Now, if under the secrecy or oath of secrecy you have as part of your employment, you are not supposed to have government data anywhere, then you shouldn't even be doing copy to your Gmail, right? So these are things which will also be streamlined. And then you see that once we also deal with the data classification and how these are integrated, what then will happen is we'll see whether there's a certain ecosystem which will make it easy, because as far as you are concerned, once it is there and there's no need, it's not broken, there's no need to fix it.
Thank you, Raymond. So, as Raymond said, as the LI is looking at open data and all that, it will come to its proper place. But I can tell you that Government Open Data Initiative has begun. There is a website, and I'll ask my colleagues to help me with our website in a few minutes so that we can publish it. So within each ministry, we identified people who would update this particular database. The problem we have with this is people leave, they don't tell us, and the whole thing has become bazaar. It's not being updated. So we are working on it. We are writing to now we want to not even, so we wrote to the ministries and they nominated 2 people to be responsible for this. We now want the ministry's research unit to take this responsibility on. So we are writing to the chief directors to make it a part of their research unit's responsibility to update the open data platform. As Raymond is saying, it would become wherever it is. But yes, the idea is we've started it. Government institutions are putting data there. And then the whole idea is to enable a shared data. Okay. Previously, in my previous job, we were using EC voters ID to verify someone. And we had an arrangement. They wanted to charge us for that arrangement. One day, when the money didn't go on time, we went and our server was unracked and the code wrapped around it sitting there. So this is a reality, even government to government. So open data is alive and well, and it will be strengthened by this as we go forward. I think when I stepped out, there was an issue between cybersecurity and Nita. Her leadership just drew my attention to it. We work closely. I've been saying it throughout yesterday and today. We work closely with the Cybersecurity Authority. In fact, they have identified us and mandated us to be the government set. So when government institutions have issues, it is Nita that they call. We are the first point of call. And we are also the mandated critical information infrastructure for government. So recently I just sent them a report. So they also audit us and ask us for a report. You see, Raymond kept saying yesterday that we should be careful, and it's important in this area of regulations where Nita has not taken its proper place. I think now, if you are not careful and you talk about Nita as the ICT regulator, because everything is under ICT now. I joke with my colleague at NCA. I say, sooner or later, I'll regulate you at NCA, because the equipments at NCA are ICT based. But that is not what Nita is trying to do. And Raymond was clear enough yesterday to say that we are not trying to create Nita as a super regulator. The primary acts for each institution is very clear in their responsibilities. So that's not what we are trying to do, but we collaborate with them. Almost on a daily basis. Yesterday, I think you also saw the Director General for Cybersecurity here yesterday. He was here. You know, we collaborate with them. We collaborate with NCA. Where we need to work with data protection, we do. And that is the era in which we are, collaborative regulations. But everybody has their part to play in that process. So thank you on that. Sorry. Can I have the website for Godi so that we can put it on the screen for people to know that it is not a pipe dream. There is actually a site where you can go and see government data. The idea is for government institutions to share data. But as I said, they have not been updating it, and we are working to ensure that it gets updated. So I think we'll share that with them. Thank you.
I can see a hand wanting to go up. Let that hand come up. The hand is about to go up.
Thank you. My name is Benjamin Kobler from University of Ghana. It's related to two areas, both the data and then the infrastructure. So the question is, taking a cue from the COVID, where most organizations were dependent on video collaborations, as in video conferencing and stuff, and also current regulations where you could see Google coming up with different regulations that are cutting on storage and stuff like that. How is Nita positioning itself in terms of R&D to ensure that the nation has its own infrastructure in terms of some of these ICT things to help in the growth of the country? Thank you.
Thank you. There's one baby which every day we go to the maternity room, we want to see technology transfer agreements and the receiving government ecosystem entity being a beneficiary and Nita also being a mandatory beneficiary. Because technology transfer agreements, which actually are clear at the time of negotiation, sets out clearly the skills to be and the knowledge to be transferred, right? And sets out yardsticks to monitor the transfer and to see whether it has been done effectively, are key to developing institutional capacity and ecosystem capacity. Now, the reason why Nita must always be a technology transfer beneficiary is to ensure that you have synergies across the government ecosystem of other government entities which may require and need that kind of product or that kind of service. So yes, you discover that the legislative instrument is also one which deals with technology transfer and makes it mandatory within the government ecosystem for every consultancy which relates to government sector ecosystem to make Nita a mandatory recipient of the technology transfer agreement in addition to the receiving entity. And to make sure that as part of the procurement under the collaboration between Nita and PPA, and as part of the policies approach to skills development, what then happens is that Nita, in being part of the development of the RFP and the EOI, would ensure that these issues which relate to the specifics and the scope of the required technology transfer are captured. Because technology tells us one thing: garbage in, garbage out. What you see is what you get. So that is one of the things which we also must also, together in a collaborative manner within the government ecosystem, see that, look, we want to develop the skills so that at a point in time, we will be able to do these things ourselves. And then it means that Nita then now will become an institution which can now provide consulting services to peer African countries and get revenue. Now, in some of those things, through the industry forum activities, it would have seen and it would have certified certain DEVs or certain private sector companies, right? And these who can piggyback on Nita and then have a presence in the African Continental Free Trade Area. If you study the history of Huawei and the business strategy that they pursued, you see that on innovation plan and a certain ecosystem all combined in a certain way. You see the challenge that we are having, this chips-related thing. You see that what is happening is ecosystem to ecosystem is really what is fighting it. Okay. And so you see that developing an ecosystem and encouraging collaboration is one of the key things to help us to move forward.
Thank you, Raymond. I just wanted to add to what Raymond had said. So we work closely with the universities. We're currently working with Dr. Sapon and his co at University of Ghana, Legon, where they are trying to establish a chartered institute of ICT where we are supporting them. We also work with, I can't think of the name now, I've been trying to rack my brains. You know where all universities, you pool your resources where you get your bandwidth. Garnet, thank you. We work with Garnet very closely. I've had several meetings with them. The e-transform is assisting them, and we are always involved in that process. Talking about learning management system, during COVID, when Professor Salifu, I know now he's at GTech, but I think at the time he was in charge of, I personally did a project during COVID with him where we called all the university ICT people to understand their requirement because we were trying to bring a learning management system for them. That time, the Honorable Napo was the Minister for Education. He had a special budget earmarked for this learning management project. We did the analysis, we were ready to go. The thing ended up at finance, the money didn't come. Now, what that taught me was the difficulty some of these technical universities were having, because I personally made the calls to all the technical leads at the university. Some of them were running turbonets at universities. And that really struck me. I'm not sure whether that money is going to come. But I think the universities also did, because Moodle was what we found most of them were using. So we wanted to do an aggregated system where connectivity would be involved and ensure that remote learning and all those remote exams and all that could happen. So our doors are open. We are ready to work. Currently, we have an infrastructure that you can utilize. Garnet terminates at the data center, as you know. So let's collaborate. Let's partner. I don't have money to do LMS for you. In fact, I've also worked with my minister on a project which was being sponsored by another country to do a learning management system. It's also stuck because where we are now with IMF, I'm not sure whether these things are going to come. But we must also dig deep and look within ourselves that we should find money as a country. Things that are important to us, we must find the money somehow to do them. Because I will never forget that conversation I had with these technical universities. And they were telling me that they were using Turbonet. And Turbonet is what we use at home and small businesses, not a campus. So maybe when this LI comes, we partner with you guys. Just let me digress for a second with AI. I know Cape Coast University have gotten some apps in the AI field that we are working with them. Similarly, I believe that academia is a key player in what we do, right? I mean, so my door is open. Please, let us know how we can help, and we'll do what we can to help. Yeah.
So we are comforted that at least you have set the pace for the Academia Forum Group, because somebody raised the concern here. So maybe we need to extend that, give the guidelines, and let University of Development Studies, AIT, let them all come on board as Academia Forum Group. Somebody was very critical about that, and I'm happy you are actually taking the initiative.
Yeah, I'm Emmanuel Opoku from Forestry Commission. In terms of finance, ICT is going very fast. How are we going to ensure that these allies are going to have certain, I don't know whether it is teeth biting or something that's going to help to ensure that when we say we want to do this, whether it is Ministry of Finance or even if it's going to be the Presidential Special Initiative on ICT, digitization, whatever, to ensure that when money is needed for some of these things to be implemented, we'll be able to do it without a lot of stress. How is the LI going to help in that area?
I would like to talk about the new opportunities that technology brings along for revenue generation. You see, sometimes you can be rich, but you will look poor just because of the way you think. I think he added a certain statement.
I said this is the story of Nita. Eh? We are rich, but we appear poor. And
Now, so you see that leveraging on the new revenue potentials that technology brings is one of the things that we must look at. I believe one thing. If Google can use search engines to create opportunities to raise revenue just by hits, if Facebook can create new opportunities to create revenue by being a platform on which e-commerce is done, and therefore all those who come on those platforms are data hits, because every time you go there, you are hit data. You then now, and remember, all those data, the millions they are talking about and the billions they are talking about, the greater portion is from the informal sector. Now, the government of Ghana platform will be the ecosystem, within this ecosystem, that will have the most hits. When you create different query opportunities, and those query opportunities are a function of the quality of your interoperability and interrelationships, right? You see that every search generates some revenue. Now, if Nita chops small, you too, you chop small, and everybody chops small, after the hits, they'll be coming every single day. I believe that within the government ecosystem, if we harness this thing properly, our main source of revenue will not be the consolidated fund. Technology will be a vehicle that will bring us revenue more than we are getting in the current thinking sphere. So this is one of the things that you see that under the LI, the issue of alternate revenue generation is part of that LI, and how Nita will manage it, and the sharing of revenue between the various ecosystem, this thing, so that we see that silo thing doesn't help again. When I manage and I share the data, we have more search query, this thing, I even get money that I wasn't thinking about. Now, when we do this, what happens also is that Nita also, with that platform, other African countries look at it and say, Nita, come and manage our country platforms. You see? Now, you see that technology, it grows incrementally till it gets to a place where it begins to grow exponentially. So in March 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, 16 to 32, 32 to 64, 64 to 128. And then by the time you get to a certain number, when it multiplies well. So that is what we have to be looking at also. Yes, sir.
What you are saying is another level. The issue is that, assuming we want to say ICT or Forestry Commission, we want to start managing our data and selling it. Do we have the authority? Do we have any background, a backbone or something to give us the authority to sell the data? I want to give an example. In the year 2001, we had a setup from Africa Online that we changed from Africa Online to, I think, Third Rail or one of the service providers. The devices were hanging on top, and I realized that if we are not careful, it will become obsolete. I contacted Africa Online, and as at that time, we were going to sell it for $5,000. A client of Africa Online was ready to buy it as soon as possible. I contacted the director. He said, no, this is a project equipment. He himself doesn't even have authority to sell it. So I can't sell it. He's going to ask or seek for clarification. And we never sold those equipment. $5,000 as at 2001. We didn't get it. That is the authority I'm trying to find out, whether the LI is going to give us this background to be able to do this. Thank you.
Yeah, this is exactly. You want to answer?
I mean, I don't know. And Raymond, maybe you can take the LI perspective. But my brother, today it's good to see you. Yesterday you were in uniform. I saw you. So other institutions are doing it. But is it right? I mean, I don't know. I am of the opinion that government to government, if we are serving government, the data should never be sold. Because we all need that data to provide a service. But this is just my personal opinion. I don't know what the LI will do. I gave an example of GRA using EC voter register thing. They wanted money. And when GRA is not poor. It's just that the money didn't get there on time. They had removed the server, as I said to you. So others are doing it. So it's a case, I don't know the legality of that, I'm not sure. But please check on your advert. I'm just telling you that some are doing it now, right? I'm not encouraging you to go and do it, but I don't know what the legality of it is. But I think that with open data, if we bring all the data together, we can have a mechanism of, even if we want to charge, Nita can orchestrate a mechanism that, okay, today, government agency A has access forestry commission's data, and this is the hits, or this is the interaction. And we can, it's just like, an API going back and forth. We know how many calls they've made to your database. And maybe we can put a figure to that. So these are sort of my thinking. If the data cannot be free amongst government, maybe we should agree on a fee. And maybe Nita can play that role and say, okay, you have a data. This person wants to use that data. How much do you want to charge? And let's agree. We can even knock it off. It doesn't have to be data, right? ECG, for example, now they are on a mobilization drive. Their point is, if a government, other government institution is owing them and they are not paying, they are asking, can I knock it off against my taxes to GRA, right? So these are all the thinkings that we must have. But I believe that we must have a platform to share data, right? The costing part of it, I'm not sure where the legal part stands. But the technical part of it, knowing how many times somebody has accessed your data, and if there's a fee to it, it can easily be done. It can easily be done. I mean, where do we stand with that?
Yes. Now, I'll come first to the principle of data ownership within the government ecosystem. Then I'll come to the LI. Now, how many governments are there in this country? How many governments? One. Now, so the three arms of government are all the legislative arm, the judicial arm, and the executive arm, all combined to form government of Ghana. Now, MMDAs, MDAs, statutory bodies which come under the government, all of them are part of that ecosystem that respects that the data is government. And therefore, the sharing of that data for the efficient management of government is everybody's duty within that ecosystem. Now, what happens then is that our data governance strategies and our data classification levels would show the ecosystem for data sharing between different institutions, right? You see, the hard work is what would break a lot of this thing. Because planning is 70% of the work. It's not the goal that is 70%. It's the planning for the goal that is 70% of the work. So what happens is this. If we understand that government is one, and it owns the data, and data is required for the efficient management and running of government, the issue of our duty as part of government to ensure that we are efficient as an organic entity is something which we must not debate. But then now we see how we can have discussions to ensure that each of us, our financial goals and aspirations are met. Now, one of the things, and I keep on saying this, the opportunity to make new revenue. Forestry Department. If there is an application for a concession, and you can search on the Judicial Service database and see whether there is case there. You can search on Lands Commission database and see whether the content of registration there. It means in private sector, anybody who is going to do joint venture, whatever it is, and somebody says, I have trees and I have a certain concession, that person can do searches. That search would have to be paid for. Now, Nita, under the LI, is responsible for managing that ecosystem which deals with these additional revenue generation ecosystems and how it is managed and shared, and designing the system that ensures that with the click of payment by the search person, it goes to you, it goes to him, it goes to the various bodies. So now, what we all must be looking at is how do we, because that ecosystem is in there. Now, it's within the subsidiary legislation structure. It is now about how we are now going to deepen cooperation. Look at new opportunities to generate revenue. Your research and development departments must all begin to look at different ways of generating revenue in collaboration with also other public sector related institutions. Does that help?
Okay, so please, Mr. Kujo, I'd like to say a few things. So it's 15 minutes to lunchtime, and we have a couple of questions from this gentleman, him, and him. Then we may have to wrap up.
One at your back. You didn't look at reverse.
And one behind me. So we can do that within 15 minutes, right? Okay, and then I want to mention that there's a Ghana Statistical Service SUV that is wrongly parked. Kindly check that, and then please unblock whoever you've blocked. Thank you. So him first.
So we will do aggregation of questions.
Yes, I think we can take, because I'm sure some of them are contributions, so yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for what Nita is doing. For us being in the space for quite a number of years. So I'm Maximus, right? Data that we are talking about. In Ghana, either the data is not available, is dead, or is dirty. Every report that you get on the industry was done by somebody from outside Ghana. The telcos know the phone number you use, the phone you use, your phone number, the data you consume, they have all those details. None of the government agencies have ever done a detailed report on the industry. But the data is available. We are talking about open data. We haven't done those basic stuff. If you ask somebody how many internet users are there in Ghana, I'm sure you have two different data. How many people are unique mobile phone users? may also be different. Some data that are being published on regulators' website are not even up to date. That's aside. Now, if you say you are sharing data, who becomes the certifier of the data? That if I'm pulling data from different sources, who makes sure he aggregates all of it so that we are all speaking from the same book, right? Then, okay, we have Amazon Ghana. Amazon has a retail shop in Ghana. That's something they are imagining or want to do, right? Now you are selling in Ghana. You are collecting money from Ghanaians. You are enabling businesses to do business. They are making money. They are based in the USA. How does the government of Ghana benefit from Amazon, from trading within the cyberspace of Ghana? Sometimes we think that the digital geography of Ghana, if I want to use that term.
Right.
So Facebook is here, Twitter is here, YouTube is here, all the other platforms are all here. They are making billions from Ghana, right? How much does GRA get? 0. How much does the government of Ghana get? I'm sure we are getting percentages from Visa card transactions and all that, and government gets a share of it, right? Last year, video game downloads and subscriptions, $59 million was spent on that just a year. How much did the government of Ghana get? 0. Now, that is data, and then revenue collection and all that. The next one is, if I develop a product, a software that is running, and I'm making money, then a company realizes, oh, that idea is very brilliant. I want to acquire it. Then they come to Ghana, then they acquire the company. How does Nita or government of Ghana benefit? They pick the code, because the code is a proprietary right. How do we protect that, right? So that any startup cannot be acquired without the Ghanaian having even 5% or 10% stake. It should be part of the legislation, right? If we don't do that, we have young Ghanaians developing products that they will come and buy $1 million because you think $1 million is big, and then they will go and blow it up. Somebody has developed a verification system in Ghana that has been acquired by an external company, and that is a database of Ghanaians being taken away. So how does the legislation cover that? That if you are buying a startup from Ghana, the database of Ghanaians is the proprietary right of the country. So there are rules and regulations as to how you can acquire those things. So for me, all the forums that we want to talk about, they're a bigger issue. So the AI is being developed, the metaverse, the new technologies, the blockchains. We have no control over it. So when we are legislating things that we have less control over, for me, it's a huge task, and I hope that this section will be able to scale it and find a way around it. So thank you very much.
But he has, it's very deep. I think
okay.
I want to respond to it because it may get lost in. You've raised very important issues. Part of the open data legal regime is to create that sanity that you are talking about. Because data which is not reliable is rubbish. So overdosing an ecosystem with gibberish, you are a nuisance within the space. Okay? So you see that the interfacing and interinstitutional interfacing, because statistical service has a very good set of, in fact, during the digital policy formulation, we identified statistical service as one of the key drivers of this, and we had a meeting with the statistical service. They are dealing with data analysis, and if you look at the last census report, you see that now they are looking at technology also, and they have gotten an input I think one of the donor communities is also helping finance that. So you see that within that, the subsidiary legislation infrastructure, this is now where we are going to also try and tidy up and clean up. Okay? Now, then we come to the issue of data and these acquisitions. You see, mobile money and emerging markets is where the money is. It is not for nothing, I won't mention names, but we all know some of the institutions, right, which are coming in as doing research in here, and right? Now, right? Now, the private sector, you cannot, under the Constitution, you cannot pass a law to prohibit the private sector from entering into a certain type of. Now, what then happens is that where are regulators in areas which are the subject matter of regulation, and in certain areas where the law makes it clear that you cannot do this and a Ghanaian will own less than a certain percentage in shares. There are things which are legislation which foreign groups moving in the GIPC direction, right, can also, because you remember that under the GIPC Act, the priority areas can be declared. And when those priority areas are declared, incentives are given and certain pre-qualifications made. So these are tools which must be used, okay? Then you also realize that the Data Protection Act, there are different regulators who are dealing with different aspects of the regulatory atmosphere. So what happens is that when, for example, and depending on the content of your contract that you enter in, and you see a lot of times in my first job, this is my second job, as a lawyer, you will be amazed at the agreements people sign without reading. You will be amazed. And I will tell you one thing. When you are providing services, and I say it with a heavy heart, when you are providing services to some of these companies which have global presence, they take professional advice seriously. We can have different negotiations for draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, and they will commit it into memory. When they meet their Ghanaian counterpart at the hotels, you know which of them, and they are having discussions on joint venture, and they have it all in their heart, right? And do you know, we suggest we do it this way. We suggest, okay. Then they go to their offices, they send them an email, and they come, lawyer, they have signed it. And sometimes it's the worst agreement that the Ghanaian should sign. But he didn't go into negotiating with professional, right? Then when you get to trouble, then the file processes in court. Courts don't draw up agreements for, right? So there are certain things that we must also look within ourselves. Because you see, we can go, Switzerland, have you seen a cocoa tree there? But they are making chocolates. Between Ghana and Ivory Coast, we produce about 70% of, right? Now, if you look at what we can, cocoa and the cocoa pod, you can use it for everything and so many things, right? So you see that we must also look at how we leverage on opportunities. Because if we don't look at opportunities, people will buy us and tell us there's no opportunity. And you sell good opportunity. And then when the person starts exploiting, then you say, he cheated me.
I don't know whether yesterday we were at table together. Oh, then you spoke like a guy who was at the land table, who has of about 300 people registered on the network. So what you ask now fits very clearly into the earlier discussion that we had, the forum groups. Indeed, Nita is ready to receive those groups, especially under the new enterprises creation, to support them, because they are going to be clothed to support them. So please, let's take advantage of this LI and then get closer to Nita with a very vibrant CEO with private sector mindset. I think we can have a lot of synergy. Yeah, so yesterday, the guy, I didn't hear you under the forum group discussion, because he has some people who are developing a lot of software, and he just clicks and they are all over. I mean, let's get closer to data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll take the last three questions and contributions. This one is going to be loaded, so yeah.
Thank you again. So regarding all these 7 points on board, what is the roadmap for data warehousing in this? Who is going to warehouse that data, the open data? And what is the plans for the infrastructure to underline these? Data will grow. If we have a website where people can just upload, it will grow. At what point will Nita be able to mine that data, so that if I want the data for a specific course, I wouldn't have to go and download? So what's the roadmap regarding the whole data warehousing?
So he's speaking from private sector perspective. It's a very important question. Yes. Private sector perspective, which is very important, because we're talking about the open data for the governments. The private sector perspective, I think we have to address that.
Okay, my name is Josiah Jima. I'm from PRAD, Public Records and Archives Administration. Yes. Your point four. We of the records and archiving ecosystem, using your own words, ecosystem, two things come to play when we are talking about archiving. That is retention and disposition. And looking through your thing, the document, I see some collaborations with PRAD. Yes, you said you're going to give us some infrastructure and all, but I don't see much of records management principles embedded in your ecosystem. Let me put it that way. So I wanted to know the level of collaboration with PRAD and how deep our principles, especially the retention and the disposition. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Benjamin Kobla, University of Ghana. As a people, I think documentation is a very difficult thing for us to do. You realize that there is more documents in our heads than we put on our platforms. The question is how or what mechanisms are we putting in place to change that? Because you go to an institution and you realize that it's better you ask the security person about all the questions you have than to go to their website to ask. So what mechanisms are you putting in place to do that? Thank you.
There's one we can squeeze from the agri sector who wants to talk about, just one briefly.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Francis Kwesi Kranchi, the head of IT and Electronic Agriculture. We were invited to the Stakeholder Consultative meeting, workshop, when the digital economy policy was being developed. And we indicated that we are developing electronic agriculture policy, strategy and plan. And it was very good opportunity for us to be at that section to table whatever we are also doing. But there is a section, when we talk about this regulation thing, there are a lot of agri-techs in the ecosystem. So I'm asking, how can we regulate some of these agri-tech interventions? For instance, some are giving information on whether market prices and all, a bundle of services. How sure are we that what they claim they are giving to the beneficiaries, especially farmers and other agri value chain actors, are what they are giving? So how can we empower the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to regulate the agri-techs? Thank you.
I think the last 4 questions have given me a lot of appetite to have good lunch, because I'm really happy, because you have hit one of the things which I am very passionate about. In the digital policy, Pratt, we are passionate about Pratt because you are the custodian of all government record. It would, you see, the paper-based regime, and part of the effort we are looking at within the digital policy is to equip you with the technical competence that you need and scale up, because you are going to be one of our disaster recovery last mile for both government sector and private sector, right? And you would, with that, because you see, digital archiving is something which, within the African ecosystem, right, there's a lot of opportunity. If you deal with that, we equip you well, right? You see, technology is global, not so. So the other peer African countries will begin to also look at also disaster recovery, right? So, and you see that within your disaster recovery, you can also do some on the Nita, you know. So you see that the opportunities, right, which you have within the data policy are there. Now, in here, subsidiary legislation must relate to the issues of the aspect of Nita as a regulator, and the aspect of Nita dealing with policy, monitoring, and implementation, some of which goes through industry forum to help improve the system. But for some of, in the private sector area, the initiatives also you come up with, right, are things which you have to look at. Now, when it comes to this issue about who will be inputting and how reliable we can have the open data ecosystem to be, you see that one more time, the legislative instrument provides that legal framework. You see, and legislation must not be technology specific. So you see that in the legislation, you will not have technology specific related legislation. But for me, I believe very strongly in blockchain and the advantages that blockchain holds. Because in blockchain technology, deleting things is not as easy as in the non-blockchain. They went and a worker leaves the office, then you delete everything, and then there's nothing left on the system, right? Now, these are, then also, the people who you certify, who have the right to put in blockchain entries is also important. And what happens is also the system of updating, because when you do your blockchain entries in such a way that whatever goes in, as soon as it goes out, the ledger reconciles it. You have a certain level of assurity. Now, what happens is this. That same concept now goes into agriculture. Now, what happens is that the agri extension workers nationwide, they are a great source if we equip them with a skill. They go through using the legal system and going through the Nita prescribed interrelationships and inter-cooperation between you see that they will be able to feed the open data ecosystem with a certain type of information, which will also help a certain. Now, when you have a credible open data ecosystem, what happens is that the digital logistics, which will then now be responsible for warehousing, because then what happens will be that some of these warehouses, those who provide digital logistics services will then have space in which you have these things happen. Because when you go into the commodities, coffee, and this other, you see that this is one of the greatest challenges with those who are into commodities. Because sometimes they'll go and take loan. The farmer will give them the assurance they've gone and taken loan that they're going to buy how many millions this thing of coffee to export. They get there only to discover that that coffee that they've been told it doesn't exist. Right? So you see that with that open data ecosystem and its validation, because the open data, it has opportunities for different players and different opportunities. The Ghana Statistical Service, when it helps you in developing your data along your data fields, along a pattern which enables data analysis to be done, you see that the issues of mining, deep mining, and the extent to which you can go will come into play. So you see that within the public sector ecosystem, when we are all cooperating, we are all talking, the private sector is also engaging through open forum with Nita. You see that together we can work at building a certain thing which would make things work. If we are 100 people and we have 100 cities, and all of us keep 100 cities in our pocket, the total GDP is what? If all of us, the 100 cities, we are dealing with, this is a lawyer, this is an accountant, this is a doctor, this is a mechanic, this, and we are constantly sending the money. The velocity circulation of money has a direct impact on the total GDP that we have. So all these things that opportunities that we create, which makes money spin around, also goes to increase our GDP. And it goes to increase our collective health.
Okay. Thank you, Lawyer Kujo. Interesting. Please, let's give him a round of applause for standing there and taking all the suggestions and bullets and questions. So I think it's time for lunch. I'll invite Alexandra to tell us what we are supposed to do, and then we'll move out for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, like yesterday, we have a continental table, like rice dishes, and we have banku and tilapia. Please, you have to hand over your chits before you are given food. So please, kindly cooperate with them. Thank you. Yes, please. So please, if you don't have a chit, kindly see Nanadura. Nanadura, please, upstanding. So kindly see her for a chat. Thank you. Some already have a chat. It was at the registration desk. Yes.
how lunch was, but today I have the vim to ask. How was lunch? Lunch was? Lunch has been good today, yes. Because yesterday I didn't have the vim, I couldn't ask how lunch was yesterday. Any other feedback? How was lunch? Fantastic. Okay, great. So we proceed to the next item on our agenda. We'll be talking about disability marginalized last mile penetration. Disability marginalized last mile penetration. And then the private sector digitalization ecosystem. Those are the two focus places or focus groups we'll be looking at. So without wasting much time, let me kindly introduce Mr. Raymond Kujo again and Dr. Adakwa to lead this session. Please, let's give them a round of applause as they take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. We'll see that with this forum group, there are two active groups, CSOs, who do a lot of advocacy for the marginalized. In the Constitution of Ghana, the definition of a Ghanaian citizen doesn't have proportions for a Ghanaian citizen. If you are a citizen of Ghana, you are entitled to every right a Ghanaian citizen is entitled to. And that includes persons with any form of disability. And when we talk about disability, we'll look at every primary legislation which affects any category of persons with disability, whether they are mental or in any other form. Then we have the marginalized. We also realize that these issues of gender mainstreaming, we have these issues of data poverty, and we have these issues of language as a barrier to the for the acquisition of services. And we have what we broadly would say those who feel like they have been forgotten. Now, these are groups which we usually speak hurriedly as if our capabilities are also available to them to the same extent as us. Now, we also have what we call last mile. Now, the last mile we use in a very technical sense because we have areas in urban communities where people are so poor that they cannot even afford devices, and they cannot even, and some of them lack connectivity. Because even when you drive along the motorway, you will notice that on some parts, your data goes dead. So if you live in a house along that pathway, then you are in Accra, but you are technically in the last mile area. So what we are using we are using the word last mile in a technical manner to capture every place which is left out of connectivity. Now, when we're talking about the benefits of leveraging on technology, it is not only a citizen's right, but it is in the interest of private sector also to be able to reach them and to participate in that effort. So you will see that the technical and technology-related groups also, their participation in last mile, in collaboration with CSOs is important. The forum, the focus group and organizing forums, having this forum under what we did in the previous section would provide a useful platform for them to have conversation and to strategize. Now, it is important, and I keep saying this, the informal sector is the biggest sector. And it is not by chance that all these major players in the technology industry and the billions that they get, their database is really in the informal sector. You don't have to have money to use Google. If you want plantain, you can search. You use Google, you see that they even have translation to some of our local languages. You see that Google has leveraged on technology so beautifully that they even use IP addresses, because as soon as you log on, it knows your IP address. So it knows that that IP address is related to a certain jurisdiction. So the adverts will be targeted to that jurisdiction. So now Google has been able to use IP addressing in such an efficient manner that if Coca-Cola comes to Google, you can say if you want 50 countries, you pay, right? Now, if it hadn't refined the algorithm to use the countries to be able to generate additional revenue, what will happen will be to have been one flat rate, and then that is it. But by using different features within technology, you are able to generate different outcomes. You see that our Ghana card has so much potential because we have the opportunity to be able to use it as a platform for every holder to keep information along that person and give that person a certain space so that their records will be held. Now, that has a lot of benefits because, for example, if your health records are held, right, and you have a network security and a certain type of access code which determines who can access it and who cannot access it, what happens is this. Wherever you go in this country, if you have an accident, your folder is not required for wherever you are to treat you well. There are some medical conditions, for example, this GCSPD, okay? Now, if you take sulfur-based medicines and you are not lucky, it can break down your red blood corpuscles, you hemorrhage. Now, so you see that we all have different allergies. Now, if all these things are, we can have a situation where, by the way we use data, by the way we use the Ghana card, and the opportunities that we put on it, you see that we'll be protecting health in a certain way. Your blood group will be there. So if you go and, God forbid, nobody should go unconscious, but you go unconscious and you are carried to hospital, and you have your Ghana card on it, and that hospital has that capability. It can use that to get your medical conditions. Know that you are blood group A, blood group B, this. They are not now going to draw blood and then spend time when you are walking between the corridors of life and death to find out what to. So you see that what we can do if we leverage on technology and we deal with intercooperation very well is there. Now, when it comes to disabilities, persons with disabilities also who have that, can be given certain access rights when it comes to portal use, free data, so that what then happens is that everybody will also have a user name, right? And that username is linked to your Ghana card. And because of the disability you have, certain things are open to you and certain opportunities are given to you. So you will discover that maybe on portal systems, because algorithms can do so much. On portal systems where you and I, who do not have any disability, we can only go to government sites. For those who log in with disabilities, they would have access to use non-portal sites to also, because of issues of data poverty. And then those also in marginalized communities, those also who are educational, those who are undergoing educational learning and training. You can use different methods to ensure that these categories of marginalized persons with disability, last mile group, have access to, are part of the community and the ecosystem which we are creating. Because remember, the citizenry ecosystem means everybody who is a citizen, finish. So, and under the Constitution, we cannot discriminate on grounds of health, race, religion. So we have no right to design systems which we say it's available to every citizen, but yet to persons with disability, they are not able to also access those things. So now you see that we need to ensure that, and illiteracy is also part of those marginalized groups of people. Because if our major language is English, and we are going to have processes and information given only in English, without the means of having some of these things translated and having help desk that marginalized people have a right to access and to have a right to get a certain type of service in order to also get their needs met, then we are failing. In the paper-based regime, we had the Illiterate Protection Ordinance. And you see that for persons, although we have English by law, those who could not speak English were also protected. And there were certain requirements which, when they have to sign certain things, somebody had to read it, interpret it to them, make sure that they understand it, put his name there, that he is the one who read it, interpreted it to them, so that they are also protected. So now, if in the paper-based ecosystem, all these persons with disabilities, marginalized, had certain rights, we cannot move this ecosystem into a technology ecosystem base without giving them and assuring that they have at least the same rights and to enjoy as we also have. So now, we look at these issues, universal access. Now, our definition of universal access must be one which is not just left as a static thing, because there was a time when having a fixed line telephone in your house was a big thing. In those days when we needed telephone calls, even if you had a fixed line telephone, you had to go to P&T those days, right? And then they had a booth, right? So in those days, universal access had a certain flavor. Then there was a time when even if there was international dialing, what do they call it? Well, IDD, right? So if you didn't pay for it, you can't originate cross-border. Now you see that, so the concept of universal access was somewhat defined. Now, as we move through the genes, you see that the concept of universal access must be consistent with the genes. Now, when we say we are going to go and we want digitalization, it means that we need to now do certain computations, because you are going to make a certain assumption that a certain percentage of the population will always be online. Now, you are going to make a certain assumption that a certain amount of data traffic in multimedia sense must always be there. And in doing these statistics and things, you don't use lowest values. You use highest values. Because when you use lowest values, you discover that by the time you start your thing, you've hit the... So you look at the highest values, and then you make projections of growth. Now, you need to look at that. Then you look at your infrastructure. You look at the bandwidth which will be required. And you look at what it will mean to go to the last mile. You look at the key infrastructure holders, NCA. You look at GIFEC. You look at the telcos. You would then see the kind of coordination that must go in together with Nita to do all this computation, and then see that, look, if we want to run the digitalization for transformational impact, there's a certain bandwidth content that is needed, and that bandwidth content that is needed for every citizen must be the universal access parameters. Because then when you do that, it means that every operator who is rendering infrastructural service and every person, every other service provider along that chain would have to ensure that that kind of universal, that kind of ecosystem can support it. Now, the thing about a house without a foundation is that that house, it won't stand. So you see that uptown, you can put all your fractions and you can put all your percentages, but if your power, which supports it, is not assured, you can show all the rack you have, but if your lights are out, that's it. So you see that the things which go to support universal service, also assurance, also have elements of power. And then you also then look at your power infrastructure. So you see that when Nita, NCA, GIFEC are sitting there, Gridco is also going to see, because now you're not looking, when you talk about universal service, it's easy for you to forget about Gridco, about, right? But you see that, and this is why what happens is that this interinstitutional discussion and planning is very important. So you see that the last mile service agreements also, you see that within the government ecosystem, there must be service level agreements. And those service level agreements are binding contracts between you and users. So that in the event that you fail to live up with it, there are matrices for measuring. Within the government ecosystem, Nita is supposed to be responsible for ensuring that the service level agreement, which the government would give to everybody dealing with on the government ecosystem, are assured. And so you see that interinstitutional cooperation and giving Nita that monitoring and implementing role is important, because universal access, universal service, they are all ICT policy derived. Now, the ecosystem, local language translation, web. Now, these are things which you see that the DEEVs. These are some of the initiatives that they bring to bear and which we can also leverage on, so that then what happens is that it makes the cost of digitalization more affordable. And then through partnerships, we are able to cover longer distances. Then you see marginalized communities and e-government service, free hotspots, zero-rated costs, limited to e-government and specific. These are different types of interventions that we can also look at having discussions on, which private sector, different forum groups can look at engaging with the regulators. So, for example, because of issues of data poverty, there are so many ways we can tweak things. We can say, okay, look, telcos, for data poverty reasons and for purposes of promoting e-government, what we are going to do is that NCA is reducing your licensing fee by something, and the understanding as a condition for your licensing is that when people are browsing on government portals, or they will not be paying money for that. So, these are little initiatives that we can fine-tune in that ecosystem to also ensure that issues of data poverty for people who have mobile connectivity, right, are sustained. You can also have situations where, based on the Ghana card username, there are certain categories of people, let's say students, okay? So that as part of the students' base thing, they would also, for schools, be able to have the students and the school institutions to be able to have near zero access to the internet, because the whole concept of the internet was that access must, as much as possible, be near zero. So you discover that there was a point at which net neutrality was an issue where if you pay more, we can zoom your data more, and said no. This is not fair. Everybody must have a certain. So we should. Then the issue of having different thinking out of the box and looking at different ways to meet the different challenges of the persons with disability. Then the DEVs and Public Procurement Authority for Last Mile. Now, there was a time when A4AI were looking at virtual networks for last mile penetration. Now, you see that having some conversations and looking at having some of these interventions, these DEVs will be some of the vehicles on which some of these virtual products, which for last mile connectivity will come through. Then we have data protection rights and consumer protection rights along the entire ecosystem. So what then happens is that within e-commerce and those who register for e-commerce with Nita, there will be certain requirements which relates to additional rights which marginalized and persons with disability would acquire. Now, you will also discover that under the Disabilities Act, you have courts to be able to appoint guardians for persons to deal with these category of people. as far as certain things are concerned. So now what would then happen will be through algorithms, you will be able to ensure that those persons do not abuse that and then be using persons with disabilities and usernames to be running their own type of business. So you see that these are various things which are things for our discussion and ideas for us to jumpstart this discussion on persons with disabilities and what we can do to carry them along and make sure that they are as comfortable as we are comfortable in pursuit of the program that we are looking at.
I think we missed one major bullet point, the gender mainstreaming, so that no part of the gender is discriminated against. That's also one of the major lines under the marginalized that I think we have to deliberate on.
Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Adi from the National Council on Persons with Disability. My lady, with your permission, let me be positive bias, strictly on disability issues. I like the way you started the explanation and how you went about it, especially with the part you spoke about personal assistance of persons with disabilities. But I am looking at a case whereby portals will be very friendly. You were talking about universal access, but I am talking about friendly and accessible to persons with disability. So in this case, we are talking about accessibility, i.e., talk of audiovisuals, animations, among others. So let me use a very common platform, which is GOG platform, the e-payment platform that the Controller and Accountant General, where you go at a point, they are asking you to look at, check whether you're not a robot or whatever, and they are giving you words for you to type. We don't have the audio. We don't have the animation. So from where I am coming from, that's the National Council on Persons with Disability, we have identified, per the database of our system, we have identified 26 categories of disabilities. Yes, so which include psychosocial disability. So in this case, if the person can see but cannot read, and will be interested in the, let's say, animation, there's no option like that. So here, what we call digital privacy, we don't have, or digital freedom, we don't have. You have to use individuals, quote and unquote, trust. You trust them. We don't know to the extent to which we trust them. But let me say that, so in this case, we're looking at where Nita could make all platform very accessible. And again, where in the LI, we could have what we call accessibility audit. In this case, because the Nita has the mandate, they'll be collaborating with the National Council on Persons with Disability, which is the state agency for disability matters and inclusion. And I am very happy that you mentioned CSO. But then, let me say that when we talk of CSOs, as I mentioned, we have 26 categories. And we're looking at the various organizations for and of persons with disabilities. But it is not all the categories that have organizations. Hence, if we want to ride on the back of CSO, we might leave some persons with disability behind. So that's why I was saying that I'm looking at it as an instance whereby the Nita will collaborate with the council to do accessibility audit for all platforms to be very accessible for persons with disability. Again, let's look at where you mention of things being expensive or items, technology, gadgets being expensive for individuals to get. So here again, I'm looking at very offline measures that we could put in place to make sure they could access, let's say, all the services online, sorry. So, for instance, using like the e-pay platform, let me use MTN Mobile Money as an example, where they have the *170 hash as the USD code, but give the option for you to also call the 170 and follow the voice prompt to be able to access whatever you want to do. So if the LI can look at that as well and then bring it so that offline individuals could also access portals that are online for persons with disability. I think there are many others, but I'll relax for here.
Thank you so much. And I believe that you have articulated it very, very well. Now, the first thing is that the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, to the extent that it forms part of the government ecosystem, it forms part of the collaboration that we must all aim at. To the extent that you have NGOs which also capture any form of disability, that must also be captured. To the extent that we have CSOs, all that must be captured. There's a saying that too much meat, it doesn't spoil the soup. Now, what then it means is this, and I'm very happy you've talked about the various classes that you have been identified in the disability class. Because now it means that the communication between us and Nita is one of the things which is critical. The creation of a forum for persons in this category and how we can coordinate so that we have a voice, because then in that forum, when they are speaking for all the categories of persons with disabilities. You see, and what you are saying is very true, and I've had that problem. Listen, a website is supposed to be designed for dummies. Technology is supposed to be used by dummies. That is why Microsoft and Windows, you have Windows for dummies, okay? Because the whole idea is that you design it to make it so simple to use. Sometimes the way we design things, even some of our and I even have this problem with the banks. One of the banks, I don't even want to mention the name because I want to keep quiet about it. I was doing mobile money transfer from my own account to my own phone, and after 3 days, the thing hadn't reached, and I was following it up, and eventually they told me that what I succeeded in doing was doing a banker's draft. Banker's draft onto a mobile phone number. Then they told me that, well, the draft is available for the headquarters for me to pick it up. Then I told them that they should pause and reflect. Because if they tell me that I should come and pick it up, I'll come and pick it up and I'll make an official report to the regulator that what they are doing, it just doesn't make sense. A banker's draft cannot go to a number. And right? Now, you see, some of the designs just are not user-friendly. And when it comes to disabilities, I identify fully what he is saying. In fact, as part of the conversations that we've been having on some platforms, this issue of Braille printing, right? And this issue of using animation on websites and portals, and this issue of using language to translate form content also are things which we are saying must be captured in design. Now, what happens is this. When Nita is dealing with the government ecosystem, and the government ecosystem, remember that in the beginning I said these are constitutional rights. So if we set up anything and any person with disability takes an action that this discriminates against the person, right? Because discrimination grounds of health, disability, race are all prohibited. So you see that the legal infrastructure itself is there to ensure that when we are designing things, we ensure that we design it and make it accessible for use for the different classes of people in the ecosystem, including persons with disability. You brought a lot of useful ideas and suggestions about audits. So then what will then happen will be that the content of some of the forms and the audit, the reporting, annual reporting, which is done to Nita, also would enable Nita to monitor and make sure that across the ecosystem, these things are there. Then also, it will ensure that every person who is going to, every entity which is going to do anything on the critical infrastructure also ensures that whatever activity doesn't cut out persons with disabilities, marginalized, data poverty, last mile category of persons. Prof.
Yes, so the assurance that our esteemed speaker was requesting is whether in these allies that we are developing, Nita would be conscious of their needs so that they can even have guidance on voice codes. It means service providers would have to be guided by the guidelines to have these as something they have to do mandatory to support that sector. That is one of the lessons we are picking. And then, again, the issue about the disability community. In fact, I must say that when we were doing the policy, they were very receptive to completing the forms on the surveys that we did. But he's made a point now where we try to maybe look at them from one lens. Now he's brought to bear the 26 categories, which we are challenged to see how the policy the LI can address their concerns. And you've made a point, and I hope my esteemed colleague will also take it home, that now that 26 group should form a forum, so that these voices are heard, instead of the general perception that we have, that looking at them as maybe one group. So that's a very key lesson that we have taken from here. And then also the accessibility audits. That's also very key. I think the LI should reflect that, because the Parent Act actually charges. I remember when I was the chief director and the Disability Act was passed, I wrote a circular to all agencies under the ministry, NCA, all the agencies, and I requested that we wanted to see that that community was even in their list of engagement. At that time, I think Honorable Haruna was my minister, and they responded positively. You know, some of them came to meetings with their wheelchairs and whatnot. So I think it was time that we made sure that we demystified our thinking about those things, that category of people, and then give them much input. That is what our colleague here has just emphasized. I think, is the summary quite okay? Thank you very much.
I've forgotten the name. Joshua. Yes. Joshua is a very active participant in some of these. 2 weeks ago or so, we had a World Bank funded thing at the World Bank office on designing, what was the program? Inclusivity. Right. And how to design systems and all that. And, you know, he was very active, so his point is very clear. And I think we need to also look at inclusivity in this LI as we move forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, John Awatwe from CSIR Insti. Patrick has been asking me to say something since yesterday, so I just want to chip in. So basically, I just want to bring the idea that for Nita's role as a regulator, you could look at, in the LI, if it's possible, you could look at adding web accessibility standards to some of these government websites. It's something that already exists, that when you follow those guidelines, make websites easily accessible. And the idea is that if you make it accessible to people with disability, even people without, have it easier. So it's a standard that helps the overall design of websites and some of these apps and tools. So I think that's something that should be looked at from Nita's perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. In fact, and the LI provides for technical standards and for Nita to issue technical standards which should be conformed with across the entire ecosystem. We'll be transitioning into the next discussion group, but whilst we're transitioning into that next discussion group and we are discussing, as we exhaust it, then we can combine bread and butter.
So the next one is a private sector digitalization ecosystem.
So now we see that what we discussed, we are also now coming that also what does the private sector do also as an enabler to this. Now you are looking at it not only in terms of as an enabler to the earlier focus group, but it's also looking at it as an enabler to so many other areas within the technology ecospace. Now, you see, for example, and this, for law enforcement, today, unfortunately, we have been desensitized to a certain level where sometimes the kind of pictures when there's an accident, and instead of saving people, you see people taking pictures of, but then there's a different way in which we can harness technology where people's CCTVs, because if, for example, there's a theft, there's a robbery, you see that robbers go in every community. So many people in that community have their home CCTVs, cameras which look on streets. Then you also have the CCTVs on these traffic intersections. And you see that there is a way in which, if we look at linking and connecting some of these dots, we'll be able, where there is a crime, to be able to trace, because there was a burglary between a certain time, right? You will see that if the people within the community, right, there will be somebody's CCTV which may have picked up a certain aspect, right? Now, that aspect would you will be able to see from, with also mobile phones, for example, you know that based on the cell site, right, and depending on how deep the digital forensics will be, you see that they have a certain range of accuracy. So there's a way in which, remember that for purposes of crime prevention, crime monitoring, and crime prosecution, data can qualify for exempt processing under the Data Protection Act. So you see that the law enforcement agencies and the kind of policies that, directions which Nita can facilitate as part of that path of ensuring that crime monitoring and prevention is a part of the policy aspect, and providing a certain medium for giving the law enforcement agents a certain technical skill for coming out with the ecosystem guidelines, which will help that area. And for the private sector to have initiatives which come on board. Because when you go outside, some of those scanners that you put your eye through at the airport, and then these things, the gates open and you go through. Some of these things are private sector initiatives. And then what happens is that when you pay for your visa, a little dollar here, a little dollar there goes to reward. So what we are looking at is the private sector. Now, wherever there are challenges, there are also opportunities. Begin to look at what we can do. DEV and private sector or inter-regulatory cooperation for, we've flogged this horse for a long time, but the horse should not be tired. Local content, road and space development for accelerated development. Now we have to make a conscious effort to create space for local DEVs to also come out with their innovative products. Then national security, consumer rights protection, online arbitration protection. You see that a Sale of Goods Act, which was long past, requires a lot of upgrading. Now, you see that in the Electronic Transactions Act, there was a little effort to tickle that aspect, because you cannot use that to supplant the Sale of Goods Act. But yet, you needed to provide some level of protection. You see that the policy also provides for e-commerce and for customer and consumers security. But then what will happen will be the way, and this goes outside the Nita Act because the Nita Primary Act will not give Nita that right to do that. But there was a question asked about how non-resident Ghanaian companies make money and we don't see the money. Before COVID came, the French also didn't ask that question. And then when COVID came, they asked that question because when COVID came and there was lockdown, what happened was that the e-commerce aspect, the French SMEs hadn't really gone on with it because everybody would come. My French, I was the last person to pass in West Africa, so I will not speak French. But so the French would say, well, you know, they have the flair to enjoy the utility of life, right? Now, so you come and sit in the bar, you have your conversation, so they adopted a similar thing to COVID came and there was a lockdown. So you saw that now they began to use the Amazon platform to do their sales. And then the French government realized that the revenues were going down. And then the French government wanted to tax. Then the US said, okay, you tax. No, we shall tax French wine. Right? And then you begin to do your weighing. There are some things which must be tackled through regional consolidated effort. You see that the EU is one area that Google doesn't play with, Facebook doesn't play with, and all the players don't play with because it has a certain standardized thing and it applies through that region. What we must begin to do within the ECOWAS is in relation to data protection, get a certain type of thing which would apply across the ECOWAS ecosystem because then they cannot play one country against the other. And we need to get that thing because one of the things we can do is say, listen, we are using IP addressing in the technology ecofield to determine your place of conduct of business. And once we do that, Facebook, you are doing business in Ghana. Right? But it's a monkey play by size. So when you look at a gorilla, what you do is get an assembly of what you need so that the gorilla also sees you as his co-equal. And one of the things, and because the EU has taught us one thing, that when we are able to work together regionally, there's so much we can achieve. When we were doing the general agreement on trade and tariffs, at the time, I was doing a study. I wouldn't want to mention the institutions that I went to for, because I don't want to. But I went to some state institution, which we had ratified the thing. I said, I'm doing this study. Can I have, then they directed me to another. Can I have, we don't have. Eventually, I downloaded it from a Swiss website. Right? Now, when you study that, you see that the EU, they had interconsultative discussion on every single item before they had a common position in negotiating. You see that as a country, we didn't have that interconsultative discussion. And as an ECOWAS sub-region, we didn't have that. So the one who prepares is the one who gets more than the one who prepared less. So there is a need also for us to also look at the aspects of regional fronts which can be broken when we have individual looks and then have a regional common base so that, because if you look at Google, for example, with the adverts, if you using YouTube. Sometimes, if you have data poverty and you want to use YouTube, sometimes those adverts, they will consume your data, right? Now, if we have a common ECOWAS policy on data poverty and adverts, because at the end of the day, if you are doing an advert, it cannot go on and on and on and on without stopping. And within a certain duration, you cannot do more than a certain type of. Now, if we alone in Ghana, we pass a law like that, and they say, Google say, well, looking at this law, it makes us difficult, and so we can't use search engines. And then you see that the citizen who we are even going to protect will. But now when we have an ECOWAS, what will then happen will be that at the end of, because all these things are using algorithms, they are using your IP address and all these things to generate the needed. I even realize sometimes there are some times when I put my phone down and it's totally still, I have less adverts when you're on YouTube. So it's also looking at the time and looking if we may be as, So these are things that we see regionally, some of these things which really create challenges for us and deepen the already challenging data poverty ecosystem. If we adopt a regional position, we can get it done. So you see that again, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration becomes one which Nita also engages with the ecosystem engages with, and then this is how we gradually deal with the issues. So, suggestions.
Suggestions, contributions. Okay, we have one. David? Okay, after David, then Sugar.
Oh, let me use this one. Thank you very much. There's one more. Okay, my question is my name is David Gowu, Executive Director of Institute of ICT Professionals, Ghana. My question is with regards to your last statement, where you talked about Ghana coming up with a policy, but it does not align with other policies from other African countries. Therefore, implementation by some of these multinationals becomes a problem because we don't have the numbers to back in. How are we developing our policies? Are we comparing notes with other African countries? Are we trying to harmonize some of these policies to ensure that even if the policy stands alone for Ghana, you can find resemblance in other African countries? I'm just coming back from Uganda. I got back yesterday. And they have Nita as well. But theirs is an authority. They are doing pretty much similar things that we are doing here in Ghana. But I ask myself, are we harmonizing our policies so that we can mirror what we are doing and learning from one another so that we can have a common platform? This will then help us in negotiating with some of these agencies that are coming from abroad. You mentioned something that struck me about the adverts. So you are selling an advert to me and I'm still paying before watching the advert. And I don't have enough data. I want to watch a 30-minute YouTube video. I get 5 adverts. And I'm the one paying for the advert. So my main question is, these policies that we are developing, do we have a continental platform where we can start comparing notes so that we can harmonize them? Thank you.
Should we get the next question? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Dorothy from the Ghana Data Science Summit. So my question is, when COVID hit, it bets a lot of remote workers. We found out that even after COVID is done and gone, we are still working from home. So what are some of the regulations that Nita has for us? Because when you look at it, some of my colleagues complained that when the layoffs happened, a lot of Ghanaians, a lot of Africans found themselves laid off because we don't have the government backing us to help us be able to fight these kind of sudden layoffs. So is there regulations Nita has in place backing remote workers? Is it something that you have to regulate us, to monitor? Is there something that you have in plan, in place for us to be able to benefit from as remote workers?
Now, the AU has a certain policy framework. The AU has a certain policy framework as far as digitalization within the continent is concerned. That has been factored into the Ghana digital policy, which will be launched. Now, if you look at ECOWAS, it was formed in the 70s, and at that time, most of West Africa was not even under civilian regime. Was during a champion's time, right? Now, you would see that, look at the EU, when it was also set up, and look at the duration from the 70s up to now. You see that the way we should have used the ECOWAS, we have not used it across a lot of the countries, because we have all overemphasized national sovereignty and the right for us to make our own decisions over that of regional sovereignty. Now, that has given an advantage for those who want to break our ranks. Now, technology is convergent. And so because it cuts across several territories, and we will all suffer loss of revenue, there is now a good motivation for us to begin to have a certain type of advocacy going on. That is part of the interinstitutional cooperation, because Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, when they begin, because the nature of that ministry is not technology, but the nature of Nita is technology. So when both of them meet, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration is dealing with the part of the advocacy that Nita is not so well equipped to do, because he knows how to do international diplomacy, meet this, when the president is going to a country, the people who will follow, and then the various sectors that they will see. So soft diplomacy, and there are different combinations and strategies. This won't happen in a day. It's a process. Now, if you look at China, in the 70s, when they tell you somebody's from China, you know the image that comes on this thing, a straw hat, paddy field, throwing rice into the, right? But 40 years, incremental growth has changed what we know. So when we have that strategy, we all have that passion and dedication. We work at it. Now what happens is this. You go to Uganda, you see something, you come. Listen, the forum group, because you see, our forum groups, if we use them, there's so much we can influence in a process, right? You see also that under the ETA, we made provision for Gazette publication. Now, Gazette publication is noticed to the world. And it also ensures that you have that flexibility as technology moves to be able to deal with the changes that you have to make. So what we all have to do is, all of us together, we have a master plan called Ghana. That master plan called Ghana is linked to what we want to do within the African continental free trade. And then we begin to work at it. In respect of the COVID, you see that National Labor Commission and the Labor Act is the primary legislation which deals with labor issues. So there is now the need for industry forum activities, which also engages with the Labor Commission to understand some of these things and the kind of ecosystem that should go with it. I think in the UK, after COVID, now the issue of working remotely is taking ground, and for some of the institutions, you are allowed 2 days, you can choose, where you work remotely, right? Now, you see also that there's a certain underlying infrastructure, and there's a certain discipline which is required. Because you and I know that this remote working, sometimes they use the mouse pad to check activity. So people will be cooking, and everything is... So these are things which all of us must look at, what we all have to do so to make it work.
Sorry, Chief Director, I just wanted to add, if you are in the public sector, there is a government-approved product that we use in the public sector called Smart Workplace. That it happened, we deployed that during the COVID. It allows government workers to work remotely. Even during the COVID, we worked on sponsoring the data. Maslock, for example, came through their Smart Workplace platform to enable them to get to their internal systems. So that is the type of integration that can be done. It allows you all the office productivity products, and then email is there, video, Microsoft Teams is there. And then 5 workflows that the company deemed, whether it's leave requests, whatever, that is also put in there. So there's something there. But again, he talked about the infrastructure. So if you live somewhere that you don't have connectivity, that becomes difficult. But Rome was not built in a day, so we'll work on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to add, I think our colleague asked a very important question. And it takes us back to all our policy developments. Where did we start from? We had the African Society Initiative for Information, initiated by the ECA at the time. That formed the basis since Pio Gabriel's time for us to develop the ICT for AD. So it was uniform across the African country under ECA. And fortunately for us, it was at that time that the World Summit on Information Society was also being held. That was another platform for global benchmark for our ICT ecosystem. And Ghana, we were lucky at the time because President Kufuor attended and was one of the head of state who attended. That was how come he came back and realized that why have we tied communication to transport? Because we were, the communication ministry of Ghana had been tied to the Ministry of Transport. I mean, there was nothing, no super highway for the ICT. So it is the decoupling. I remember we had just finished developing the strategy plan to present to Parliament for Ministry of Transport and Communication. The very day we finished, that directive came. And I said, wow. So what do we mean by Ministry of Technology? It was just a directive. We had to create a vision to create the technology ICT. That time we wanted IIR, Institute of Industrial Research, to be decoupled to come and join the sector because they had a repository of research sitting there that couldn't be funded, but under the ICT ministry or technology ministry, it could be funded. But their politics couldn't allow them to come because they also didn't want them to decouple from the CSIR family. But we didn't relent in the effort. So through the WISIS process, and we tested the Ghana's ICT policy on the grounds, very feasible. The mistake we made as a country, which took the first stride, was that instead of a 5-year roll-on of the plan in the ICT policy, we never achieved it. Not that effort was made at the point in time. The issue was, how do we fund it? So it kept staying there. And Rwanda, we finished the same time with Rwanda. That time, see, Ghana was fortunate. We had the lead expert at the time, Professor Jijonu, who had worked for ECA, done Ghana policy, done Rwanda policy, done Nigeria policy. So we were ahead. But then they started rolling their digitalization platform. And indeed, we even had the act, as we said yesterday, but look at how long it has taken us to clothe the act with the regulation. So you are right. We are benchmarking this. In fact, even before the World Bank would give the go-ahead, they wanted to make sure we did a diagnostic study using the African template. And we saw that Ghana, we had contingent application that we needed to apply. That should be the difference. They will give you the guidelines, but what is your contingent situation? Some of the situations we are looking at here are very contingent to us, and we must clothe them. But what I also say is that if you look at the regulators from the NCA, they have also taken advantage of the international platform created under ITU and various bodies to strengthen their relationship. I was Ghana's counselor for ITU for 8 years, and I knew how they were using the ICT fraternity for which you belong to now. In fact, it took even the ministry trying to massage the groups to be formed parents' time. We couldn't. Yesterday, somebody asked a question here. How do we make sure that we can form viable forum groups so that we can champion our causes? And that has been the discussion in the morning. Maybe you have to help to create more forum, more groups. Just as we were just told that there are 26 disability groups. Maybe there are so many that maybe you have to now extend. The institute has to extend to help in that area. So yes, I must also add to this discussion the role Smart Africa has also played. They noticed that, yes, if Africans don't also put our heads together, we will also miss. So they also started giving leads into how countries should structure their policies. And this is how come we are lagging behind. As we speak now, GIFEC, which was created under the ECA, which act? Yeah. If you go into the act, it's only 4 lines that create GIFEC. And there's no regulation as of today. So they are gone. From here, I think that's another policy issue that has to be championed. So you have made a point. Benchmarking is very important, and we need to ensure that we leverage on this LI that we want to do to answer a number of things that are militating against our digitalization process. Thank you very much. Yeah.
On the benchmarking, I think one other thing that I've observed is that Some African countries, they take the lead, they run with it, they forget about the rest. If we have done a good job in benchmarking, what is our strategy in influencing other countries, other like-minded countries that wants to follow the same path? Do we have a platform, forum, as you mentioned, for example? What we are doing from the professional side is that we are connecting with ICT professional associations across the continent. In September, we'll be having a conference in Uganda. That's why I went there. But from a policy perspective, everything starts with policy and ends with policy. The rest are all implementation. So from a policy perspective, beautiful work done, a lot of learnings, but how do we influence others so that we have a common platform? Thank you.
Mr. Kujo, please, would you like to add one more suggestion? Okay.
No, so just from an ECOWAS perspective, there is some learnings that happens. I recently represented a minister on e-government, where we shared with peer countries what we are doing, and they also shared. And out of that meeting, there were recommendations. Open data was one of them, and other things. So open data is not just even in Ghana now, but regionally, how do we so some of these things are happening. Oh, we will.
Okay, thank you. So Maximus is my name, yeah. So looking at private sector, I still want to go back to my other. How do you define a private sector? Is it a Ghanaian-owned company or a multinational working within the physical location of Ghana, or somebody who has an internet, a digital presence within Ghana? It's very important. I remember the issue of even Uber operating in Ghana, where legislation available did not allow the use of private cars for commercial services. But I don't know who
Below
approved.
a certain number.
Below a certain number, yes. But you know, every commercial vehicle has to be branded in a certain color. That was also resisted. All the legal people, the lawmakers were quiet. Innovation has come, so we tagged along. They collect data. I'm sure the data Uber has, the Ministry of Transport doesn't have that, how people move around town and where they go. We are talking about national security and the private sector. Facebook knows what happens in Ghana every day. Twitter knows what we are discussing every day. They are collecting data for free. They are selling it, whether we like it or not. They are selling those data and they are making money. How do we protect consumer rights? If Facebook is breached and they know my password, people have access to my account, how do I get compensated in Ghana? Does the legislation cover that? Even typically in Ghana, when a network goes bad and then the NCA fines them, the NCAs, they sit on the money. The customers don't benefit, right? So if we are talking about LI, how do we make sure that the consumer is the focus? Now, other countries are bringing together groups of people. So last week I was in Morocco. The government, the king paid that we have Confederation of Digital Sports. They brought 41 African countries there. When you mention esports in Ghana, some people are now thinking about what it means. This is common video games that people play. But they are seeing that it's becoming bigger, and they want to form a CAF of esports. And the government has taken over that initiative. Ghana, we are centrally positioned in West Africa. Nita can also champion that. I'm sure DG is here, so let's find someone, bring the people together. Let's Ghana drive that agenda, and they will become the influencers within that space. And then our legislation, I'm sure, will have more legs than what we are trying to do. Next year, Starlink is coming. Elon Musk's satellite broadband is going to be in Ghana. You can have access to it to the last millimeter of any boundary in Ghana. You have internet, so there's nothing like last mile connectivity again. Now, GIFEC may be redundant if people can afford that technology. So does the legislation cover all these things? When we are talking about private sector, are we going to rope in all those who are coming to within our borders digitally, or just people who are physically present? Twitter opened an office here. Nobody knew where it was. It was closed down. But an issue happened in Nigeria. The government summoned them. They shut down Twitter. They had to form an office within, Nigeria, to have even somebody, a national director, who would liaise with the government on issues dealing with Twitter. We are scared to stamp our feet as a country. It's not everything we have to do collectively, but sometimes you have to also take the initiative for others to pull along. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. It's a loaded this thing, so as I go, you help me to download. Now, when we talk about, for purposes of the law, when you incorporate a company in Ghana, it's a Ghanaian company. But for purposes of the law, the shareholder is distinct and separate from the company. So you can have a situation where a Ghanaian company can be wholly owned. Now, you can have a legal framework which says that any entity that wants to do a certain thing in here must have a certain percentage of local ownership. In some countries, and I'm sure we know, but we don't need to mention, you cannot have an airline in that country unless a national of that airline owns 51%. Right? So it means that national, even if he doesn't have a peso in his pocket, and you give him the 51% because shares are of no power value, he can take the majority decision regardless of whatever money you bring in. Now, there was a time when Achampo, he said Ghanaians must own the commanding heights of their economy. We're producing Neoplan buses, double-decker. We're producing Willowbrook. Odi was just about to even set up a plant in Takrady. In those days, the road construction, modern Ghana builders, top construction, Bewa, Ghanaian engineers were doing our roads. The thing is this, we have to look out for ourselves because the money is here. Because if the money is not here, the people roaming the streets looking for money will not be here. Now, when you see, there are certain unspoken things. In 2000, the Chinese premier said that China has about a quarter of the world's population. And by 2020, a quarter of the world's wealth will transit through China. Right? Now, we have to make a conscious and a deliberate. You see, there was a time I was doing some research, and I'm saying this thing because these things, you see they're replicated in, where I was doing a research on airline price fixing, okay? Because traveling 6 hours to Ghana was more expensive than traveling 12 hours to certain places, right? And at a point in time, I had some conversations with some airline about this price fix, and they said, look, Raymond, you wouldn't believe it, but Ghanaians are the ones who even call the airline and say, business class, increase the price. I'm seeing poor people also in business. You understand me? No, you see, sometimes we have to also, when we are looking at a solution, we also have to confront all the things and then resolve within ourselves what we are going to do. Then our work ethics. Ghanaians like money. Some of them don't like work. That's why I said some of them. So even in construction, I mean, and it is sad. There are some construction areas in this country for laborers. If you are not from Benin or Togo, they won't take you. There is a construction company. He brings his laborers from Portugal. He says it's cheaper to put them in a hotel because he can start his contract, finish on time. There will be no theft. He puts them in and he ships them out. Now we have to look at our work ethics because it's not just the cost of labor is what they will cost you as the employer. That's the true cost of labor. So what we have to look at also, as we are doing these things, is to make that conscious effort. Now, for purposes of local content, you can have local content, and depending on how you phrase the law, it will mean that somebody who is a wholly owned Ghanaian company will still be local content. You can frame local content in a manner which would indicate that local content is Ghanaian incorporated and a certain percentage of Ghanaian ownership. Under the company's law, anybody doing business within this country has to register. Let's face it, there are some things which these transnationals do here, but they can't do in Nigeria. Okay? And it is sometimes it's not just about the law, it is about our attitude and the excuses we make. So part of these things is, and change management, okay, it's about the way we all have to change our thinking and the support we have to give to institutions to make them work. So when Nita knows that the private sector DDs are behind it and is doing the advocacy, it gets a certain strength.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kujo. We have about 2 inputs, and then we have to proceed to the open discussion, and we'll go out for some snacks. That's at 4:30. That's after we are done. Okay. We'll meet outside for some snacks. It's about 4:10 now. Okay. We have to work on that. So I'll take the first one here, and there was another hand somewhere. Yes. So after he has given his submission, there's one. Since we are streaming online, there's another question online. So after his, then I give the second submission.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chonam. I chair AGI for Greater Accra region. So for us in industry, this is a very interesting area because on a daily basis, we are doing many transactions that are digital. So the first thing I'll talk about is e-commerce, regulating the activities of e-commerce. And we moving our products beyond the shores of the country and having to encounter daily issues of disputes and having to settle disputes around payment and delivery and all of that. So that's the first thing. Then also related is about the fraud connected to doing business. So for example, you see a product online and then you try to buy, you make payments and so on, and it's never delivered. And there's no recourse for you to complain because it appears that there's no regulatory agency that you can complain to. Because even if you do, if you go to the police station, you are probably wasting your time because they may not help you. They will sympathize with you and so on, but you won't get your money, it's gone. Then, so e-commerce, then payment, e-payment, and then delivery. It doesn't appear that there's a standard regarding delivery in the ecosystem. Then also about the issue around blockchain and Bitcoin and all of that. I run a technology company. I've got clients in Johannesburg and Nairobi, all of that. They pay me via Bitcoin, and I am able to have access to the money. I don't pay tax on those transactions. It's not because I don't want to pay tax on them, but the way it is done, it is there's no VAT regime in the blockchain arena and all of that. My question is, are we going to include a regulation that helps to allow government to be able to tax on those types of digital transactions that we have not yet captured? Thank you.
Thank you. This one is too hot to let it go, so let me do the other one.
The last one is just mobile money regulation.
Okay.
That's it. They're asking for regulations for mobile money. That came from online, and it tweets from somebody.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll answer that one.
That's it.
Now, you see, I said earlier that non-cash consideration is recognized in law. In fact, one of the advocacy that I engage in is that if love and affection can be the basis for doing a conveyance and is recognized in law, what happens is that when you take it to land valuation for the conveyance to be stamped, they will not ask you the value of love and affection, but they will do their valuation of the property and assess you on stamp duty. My view is that in order to increase our tax regime, because Bitcoin is a non-cash related thing. You can do a transaction where you say, give me 10 old chairs and come and take my car. Non-cash is non-cash. Now, my view is that government can say, for purposes of doing business on government platform, we don't accept Bitcash because it's speculative and the value so you can't really plan, right? Now, but it can say, if you are a private person, you are dealing with transaction, and that transaction is Bitcoin, we deal with it as a non-cash related payment, and then the Land Valuation Board will do the assessment of what the value of that transaction ought to be. So, for example, if it's a house, because you see, what is happening, and that is the bottom line truth, people are selling houses with Bitcoins in this country, right? And what then happens is that when if we take the posture that it is illegal to do that, then what happens is that those transactions cannot surface to the fore for us to do the tax assessment and derive the duties which we would benefit as a nation from it. And what it means is that as the circles of those transactions increase, our revenue will shrink. So we need to also have that conversation and see the kind of areas so that we have clear guidance. When it comes to Bitcoins, there was a time when within the ecosystem, there was, the posturing that it was a Bank of Ghana related thing, although it's not fiat currency. Then the posturing then moved, because it's really technically a security related, it's an asset, okay? Now, so we need to also find, because when we have clarity on that, then it also enables the discussion which relates to that to also grow, and the certainty. It also enables the private, the DEVs, because remember, Bitcoin is also a global thing, where the country that is able to manage it better, because what is happening is, I think you read about the Bitcoin people when they die, and then where is the Bitcoin and all those, right? So we need to also look at what we can do to also develop a token ecosystem So that as clarity comes, we will also be in the forefront. You see that China then did their E1, which is also based on blockchain currency, but then is technically a digital fiat currency, right? Now, you see that China is taking the lead, and by taking the lead, is experimenting. But in experimenting, it's marketing itself as the best standard, right? Now, listen carefully. And now, when I finish, I'll come to the issue about Elon Musk, because yesterday I was going to talk about it, and I kept my mouth shut. But now, what then will happen will be, when it becomes possible for a Ghanaian, because you see, remember in the cash-based regime, the way money enters the system is through the banking system. Nobody goes to the central bank and takes money. When you are having the E1 and you can go to central bank and buy from them as an individual in any jurisdiction, what you are doing, you are changing the character of global trade. You are bypassing the nature of banking systems. And so there's something which is going on which we must also begin to join that discussion. And so you see that if our regulators in the financial sector also have some sandbox discussions with those within the private sector ecosystem who have blockchain as their advocacy, who have digital currency as the advocacy, and have conversations to see how we can also participate in that global sharing of knowledge. It's important because where we are going is new, and we must all go. Now, when it comes to the genes, I didn't want to say this yesterday, but you have said it today for me to repeat it. Because you see, this last mile thing and critical infrastructure, if we don't make sure that our policy works, our critical infrastructure can go to last mile, it can work and give people what is required. Remember, these genes are using satellite, which is enabling them. So when they were sending the satellites into the air, they were not just throwing things into the air. They were mapping up a certain constellation, which would enable them to be able to reach every nook and cranny. Now, the moment our critical infrastructure is based and running on, now, there's something which I don't want to talk about, but I call it the new type of knowledge-based colonization. Because you can discover, as a sovereign country, now your key levers are in the hands of, right? One of the reasons why nations began to look at e-fiat currency was because when they saw digital currency also growing to the level where it could become a means of, they realized that, look, we can also position it and then come with different flavors which will give us a certain advantage. What we ought to do is all of us must look at research and development, because the Chinese have already gotten 2030 as the rollout for 6G, which will be giving speeds of over 255 megabytes per second. So it means that even when it is failing, the speed is to be given, right? So you will discover that people within the country will now be paying for their connectivity services. And now watch this. At a point in time, when cars come together with phones, right? and phones come together with the satellites. And the Internet of Things enables the phone together with the satellite to do so many things. Everybody who owns a car, even his office ISP and network connectivity, will, right, a revenue source for these companies will begin to go down. The payee returns will begin to go down, right? So we all have to understand that this is a new civilization we must not miss. We want to continue. And I think that this is the kind of awareness that the digital policy is bringing along, and that is why creating legal frameworks to make these things work, all of us participating to make these things work, because when you get innovation moving to a certain level, right, what happens is that all our ecosystem players are also assured of livelihood. All of us will be able to give our kids the education that we want, the opportunities that we want, and we'll be able to leverage on technology in a certain way. Because remember, the regulatory body that would regulate the satellite provider is not going to be the NCA if it's a foreign regulatory body. So what we need to do is we realize that when even it comes to some areas of complaints, you will discover that you have to complain to that external regulator. So you see why I'm saying that we must also begin to look at a regional dimension to some of these things. Because when we have that regional dimension, what will also happen will be we'll be building cross-border harmonization, so that the Nita in Ghana, which you'll be flying on, will connect with the Nita in Nigeria. Then you are able to deal with the ecosystem which comes in there. So let's begin to work on that, and let's begin to tell a story and impact as contributors to the global knowledge growth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kujo.
The mobile money, you said before they came me off online.
Yeah. The person asked for regulations for mobile money. What is Nita doing?
Mobile money is under the Bank of Ghana. So Nita cannot cross carpet under the guise of subsidiary legislation and policy monitoring and implementation and begin to. And these are the things which forum groups, because as a forum group, what happens under the policy, you'll be able to have these things be the subject matter of forum group discussion as a policy issue, and then Bank of Ghana also will be part of that forum group discussion, and then you can also influence that process.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Kujo.
When it comes to infrastructure, I think provision was made that they will be teaming up with other regulators like the NCA, and that's where Nita can then come in.
Yes, but you see,
emphasize that. Yeah.
The infrastructure, and that is very important, because you would see that, and I think the NCA gave us that conversation. Okay, so when you are also looking at products, you must also look at the infrastructure you are going to ride on. One of the things with this policy that is coming on is that we are going to look at spectrum rationalization, okay? Because radio as we know it and is going to be moving from the thing we are carrying to the digital space, and then internet, online connectivity. And eventually, somewhere along the line, spectrum and application use will have a certain type of relationship. So you will see that now Nita and NCA will be having to work together in relation to some of the Internet of Things related products and services. So Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give him a round of applause. It's not easy standing here from the time we resumed from lunch till now. Mr. Raymond Kujo, I think I'll come for some standing drills from you. Okay, so we're supposed to have an open forum where you take in questions. The Director General is supposed to take in questions and interact. I believe most of the questions we wanted to ask have been asked here during the session. Like I've been saying since yesterday, we have an email that is taking more comments from various participants. That email is comments@nita.gov.gh. Comments with an S. comments@nita.gov.gh. We have up to 14th July. I'm sure to be extended somewhere to receive if there are still some comments to come in. So right after here, we are going to where we had lunch. There's some packed snacks for all of us to take home. So right after here, please let's meet there and get something before we go. I'll say briefly what we are going to talk about tomorrow. We'll be starting with a review of the stakeholder engagement outcomes. And we are going to have more discussions on the final bits of the LI, that is change management, focus group, and digital skills. Then we'll go for lunch and drafting and finalizing recommendations and under change management for legal framework effectiveness and legal framework for compliance and change management. Then we are going to do presentations of the various recommendations that we've all given, closing remarks and next steps from the Director General of Nita, and then we'll be done for the day tomorrow. So thank you all for coming. We'll have a closing prayer right now, and that will be given by Mr. Yao. So please, Yao, kindly come up. Let's have our closing prayer and end today's session. Please, let's give it up for him as he comes up.
Let's pray. Thank you, Lord, for a successful session. We pray that you lead us to our various places of abode. Amen.
Amen. Thank you all, and safe travels back to your